Everybody, we're just going to wait for another 1 or 2 minutes. We have a few more people joining, so just hold tight and we'll start the meeting in about 2 minutes. Thanks. Just a minute for us. Okay, well, welcome everybody to the 17th session of the Management Strategy Advisory Board. I'm going to start the meeting this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you are, noting that we have to elect new co-chairpersons or renew co-chairpersons for the MSAB. So first of all, welcome to everybody. I think we have an almost full house. We do have a couple of members who have indicated that they're either going to join a little bit later today or tomorrow due to other commitments. But at this point, we do not have any apologies from the current membership, and you did all receive the circular that was approved by the commissions and renewing some of the memberships until the end of this year. And we'll go through that a little bit under agenda item 3.2 in a short while. So first of all, I just wanted to reiterate what the MSAB's role is. You all should be familiar with the core mandate of the Management Strategy Advisory Board. Those are defined in the Rules of Procedure and specifically Appendix 5, Paragraph 2. And that outlines a number of key tasks set for the MSAB in delivering its advice to the Commission on the MSE process overall that's being undertaken. I'm not going to step through each of those core objectives of the MSAB in detail, but we will drop them into the report as paragraph 3, just as a bit of a refresher when you do receive the draft report to remind yourself of the overall role of the Management Strategy Advisory Board within the broader Commission's structure and processes. So I guess just to round out that component, it's just a reminder that the MSAB's primary role as such is that, and I guess you should be noting that the management strategy evaluation process is a stakeholder-informed and scientifically driven process, and you should certainly take that into consideration as you develop your recommendations for the Commission over the next few days. Moving on to agenda item 2, which is the adoption of the agenda and arrangements for the session. I just wanted to highlight a couple of amendments that we did make to the agenda, so we could just bring that up on the screen and expand it as much as you can. We have added agenda item 3.1, as you can see on the screen, and that should actually read election of co-chairpersons rather than a chairperson and vice chairperson. And so that's just a reminder that the terms of the previous co-chairpersons expired during the COVID hiatus period, and we just need to step in and elect or re-elect co-chairpersons for the MSAB, and that'll occur under agenda item 3.1. The rest of the agenda is pretty straightforward in the way it's laid out, and I'll just pass to Alan to see if you wanted to talk a little bit about the overall schedule for the meeting. Alan.
Yeah, thank you and welcome everybody. Just real briefly, I did not put together a schedule as we normally do for IPHC meetings, and part of that reason is the MSAB is often a little bit fluid. We go where we go. And so, but I have a rough schedule in mind that I just want to verbally state so everybody has an idea of what's happening. This morning we'll walk through the agenda, get through a lot of this administrative stuff, background things through agenda item 3, and then begin agenda item 4.1 later today. Before we get too far in the process, don't worry, we'll have a round of introductions and make sure that we all remember who's who. It's been a while since we've had a formal MSAB meeting, so this is really exciting for me. This afternoon, we'll step through the framework, and then depending on time, how much time we have, we may or may not get into the presentation on objectives, which is just a review of objectives and a reminder of where the MSAB has been in the past on objectives. After that, and something that's not on the agenda, but before we leave today, I would like to just do a brief overview or just remind everybody what the MSE Explorer is, so that everybody can go away this afternoon or evening and at least be familiar with how to get onto the Explorer and potentially look at a few things that they might be interested in if they want to before tomorrow. So before we end the day today, we'll just have a quick brief overview of the MSE Explorer. Tomorrow morning, we'll review where we were today. We'll have a review each morning, and then we'll begin looking at results. And that's going to be the meat of the meeting is agenda item 4.3. And that's looking at results of size limits in the morning. And then we'll look at results of multi-year assessments in tomorrow afternoon. I want to note also, I was notified that some members have a meeting tomorrow from 11:30 to 12:30. And so if that still is the case, we'll probably break for between 11:30 and 12:30 for a lunch. I hope that's not too early for the Alaskans. And if anybody has an issue with that and might need a longer break in the afternoon, please let us know. But I know many members have to step away from 11:30 to 12:30 tomorrow. So tomorrow's all results. Hopefully everybody can go away and digest those Wednesday night. And then Thursday morning, we'll do another review and then adopt the final report Thursday afternoon. Other than that, I don't know if we should open it up to any questions or concerns at this point, or hold on one second.
Yeah, what I think we should do, Alan, is just do that round table that you were referring to, just so we can all reacquaint ourselves with each other. I know we're still virtual, So we'll go through the list alphabetically. If you could just, this is also serve as an opportunity to test your microphone. And so we'll step through. Just please introduce yourself, what your name is, what your position is, whether you are working for one of the contracting party government agencies, or whether you're a different constituent group, and your role on the MSAB. And so let's do that. We'll test everybody's microphone, and we're going to go alphabetically as shown on the list. So Anne-Marie, you're first on the list. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. I'm Anne-Marie, and I apparently have not got my camera on. I'm the partner on the Canadian side, and I work for Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Great, thanks, Anne-Marie. Chris, go ahead. Chris Bora.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Chris Spohr, representing the Canadian commercial sector. Thank you.
Okay, Chuck, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everybody, or afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Chuck Ashcroft. I'm a member of the Sport Fishing Advisory Board and representing Canada for the recreational fishing at MSAB as well as IPHC. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Dan, go ahead.
Hi, this is Dan Falvey. I'm a commercial fisherman in Southeast Alaska. I also work with the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, so I'm representing commercial harvesters throughout Alaska.
Thanks, Dan. Adam, go ahead.
Regional manager for the Sustainable Fisheries Framework team at Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Great, thanks, Adam. Forrest. Forrest, we can see your microphone's on. I know we've had connection issues before, but we can't hear you. If you maybe want to try and disconnect and reconnect, otherwise the support team can work with you to get you online. Okay, so Forrest has just jumped off again to reconnect. So we'll move on and come back to Forrest. Heather, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Hall with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Just recently appointed as the Pacific Fishery Management Council representative to the MSAB.
Fantastic, and welcome, Heather. Jim, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Jim Johnson, U.S., representing Deep Sea Fishermen's Union and Commercial Halibut. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Jim Lane, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jim Lane, the Toronto Tribal Council, MSAB member for Canada.
Thanks, Jim. Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Joe Peterson, Coastal Natural Resources Specialist for the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission in Washington in Area 2A. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Carla, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, this is Carla Bush with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm here representing the North Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Thanks, Carla. Kurt, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Kurt Iverson. I work with the Alaska region of NOAA Fisheries and live and work in Juneau, Alaska.
Thanks, Kurt, and welcome. Pete, go ahead.
Hello, yeah, my name is Pete Hulson, and I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I am the U.S. Science Advisor.
Thanks very much, Pete. Sarah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Sarah Webster. I'm with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in the Division of Sport Fish and help answer questions, do science advising for the recreational fisheries in Alaska.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Tom, go ahead.
U.S.A. representative for recreation.
Thanks, Tom. So that's everybody online. Just checking to see Forrest hasn't rejoined us yet, but as soon as he does, we'll get him to jump back online and introduce himself. And just so as you would have all heard, there are 4 new MSAB members since the last physical meeting itself. We have Pete Hulson, who introduced himself as the new science advisor for the U.S. We have Carla Bush, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council representative, Kurt Iverson, the NOAA Fisheries representative, and Heather Hall, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council representative. And so with that, just quickly seeing if Forrest, can you try again?
You hearing me this time?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Forrest Braden, recreational representation for Alaska. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Forrest. So it sounds like everybody's mic is now working and you'll be able to fully engage in the meeting itself. I would also like to just do a quick round table of those in the room here, so you know who else is in the room. Obviously myself, David Wilson, the Executive Director. Pass to Andrea.
Sure. I'm Andrea Kaikala. I'm the Assistant Director for the last 3.5 months.
Ed Henry off to the behind the camera. I'm here to do support with the meeting, and I'm communication specialist with the IPHC.
Ian Stewart, stock assessment scientist. Good to see everybody. And Alan Hicks, main event, harvest policy here at IPHC.
Okay, and so with that then, I would like to see if there are any other suggestions or amendments to the agenda from members.
And I know you can raise, there's a raise hand feature on the Adobe at the top. If you would like to speak, I know this gets very interactive throughout, so feel free to use the raise hand feature.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thanks very much. The contents of the agenda look reasonable to me. The one item I flag is I don't have a good sense of time allocation needed for each topic. Dr. Hicks, I'm looking to you in particular to help guide the group and the chairs through that process to make sure we're on track. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. It's a good point, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, the MSAB can be quite fluid, but we do have to be cognizant of time, so I appreciate your comment. My thought is today really getting through the admin and the background stuff so we can focus solely on the results tomorrow. So half of the day tomorrow will be spent looking at size limits, which is the first half of presentation for document 09. And then the afternoon, the second half of tomorrow shall be looking at the multi-year assessments, which is the second half of that same presentation for document 09. So given that, I know that doesn't have any really clear guidance on timing. We'll be breaking at 11:30, so our morning session will be a little bit short. So I imagine 12:30 we'll hopefully finish up size limits, but we should be moving on to multi-year assessments by 1 or 1:30, and then finish that up for the rest of the day.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
I suppose one other thing to note, I'm not sure if it's on the agenda or not, is report writing. In the past, the MSAB has gone after hours with a smaller subcommittee to help draft the report. And I'm not sure if MSAB members are interested or willing to do that, or if we would like to spend time drafting or reviewing the report after myself and the chairpersons put down some initial paragraphs, if the MSAB would prefer to do that during meeting time in the morning, say.
What I might suggest is that, noting we're going to elect the co-chairpersons in just a moment, is that at that point the co-chairpersons could weigh it in with the broader group and have a discussion and potentially agree on a way forward with the report writing might be appropriate. Okay, so with that, I'm not seeing any other suggested amendments to the agenda. We can consider the agenda adopted. Thank you. So moving on then, in terms of agenda item 3, and specifically 3.1, which, as I mentioned, need to be changed to election of co-chairpersons. It's worth noting that the terms of the previous co-chairpersons, both Adam and Kerry, had expired on the 23rd of October 2021 and the 10th of May 2022, respectively. And so as per Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, the MSAB needs to re-elect or elect new co-chairpersons for the coming period. And so with that in mind, I would like to run a relatively quick process to call for nominations for chairpersons, one from Canada and one from the USA. Once we have those nominations in place, I'll then call for seconding for each of those nominations. And depending on where we sit at that point, we'll be able to determine whether we need to look into it at a finer scale or whether it's been a simple process. So with that said, you've all introduced yourselves. I would like to call for nominations for the position of the Canadian co-chair for the next period, please. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yes, thanks. If Adam is willing to stand again, I would nominate Adam Keizer as the Canadian co-chair.
Thanks very much, Chuck. Jim, go ahead.
Do you need a second on that?
Absolutely, if you'd like to. Otherwise, we can keep moving.
No, a second on that, second for Adam.
Any other nominations for the Canadian co-chair position? Not seeing any. Adam, are you available?
Yes, I can stand. I'll chat with Jim and Chuck afterwards. I thought we were friends. Yeah, joking aside, I'm happy to continue. Thanks.
Fantastic, thank you. And so Adam Keizer is re-elected as co-chairperson from Canada of the MSAB. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'd like to call for nominations for the co-chairperson from the US, and just noting again that Carrie has stepped into a different role and is no longer available. So I call for nominations for the US co-chair position, please.
Yes, this is Kurt Iverson. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Kurt.
I'd like to nominate Pete Hulson for co-chair, please.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Any other nominations or a second?
Ian, I would second that nomination of Pete. In the past, we have had our science advisor as our co-chair.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dan. Any other nominations? Not seeing any. Pete, are you available to accept the nomination?
You bet. Yes, I am.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, with that then, we have elected our co-chairpersons from the US and Canada for the next period. So thank you and welcome. So at this point in the agenda then, I would like to pass over to the two of you to move us forward onto agenda item 3.2, or as we were just pointing out, whether you'd like to have a discussion about how you would like to proceed with report writing. So over to you, Adam and Pete.
Thanks very much for that, Dr. Wilson. I think it would be helpful to spend a bit of time talking briefly about report writing. Pete, does that work for you as well? I'm thinking primarily because the process may be new to some folks, and good to make sure expectations are clear.
Yeah, absolutely. That would work well with me. As one of those new people, I am unclear as well on the expectations and kind of what happens here. So I will rely heavily upon you in this meeting.
Okay, so given that, I think maybe a quick refresher what used to happen in the past, that we would run the meeting right until closing time, till 1700, and then a group of folks who were available would sit and draft the report, usually not more than half an hour afterwards. The Secretariat does do considerable work to get a bit of a framework there for us, and then we would do the wordsmithing afterwards. That's what's happened in the past. I think the question, the proposal from Secretariat just now was to try to have that occur within the hours of the meeting. Is that correct?
I think that's up to the MSAB. I'm willing to stay for an hour after the meeting closes, from 1700 to 1800 hours, if others are willing as well. But I note that we will review what is drafted in the mornings as the meeting starts as well.
Right. Yeah. There's two components. One is redrafting after hours or within the meeting. Regardless of those two options, we will be providing a brief review of what's been drafted to date at the morning of each meeting, and then presumably there's still going to continue to be a report adoption block of time that's set aside at the end of the meeting. So I've got a couple of thoughts on approach, but first, especially for some of the new folks, put it out there to see what are folks' availability or interest in terms of contributing to the report, particularly around your time.
I see Dan has his hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I'm still getting the hang of the buttons and the hands and all that. I'm happy to sit on the report writing group. The only thing I would add is that what I found worked well in the past is as we're going through each agenda item, the co-chairs kind of take bullet notes of the salient points that were raised in that discussion, and then at the end of each agenda item, they just verbally kind of walk through those bullets which then become the meat of the report that's written afterwards. And if MSAB members have raised a point under that agenda item they didn't hear on the bullet list, that's the kind of the time to make sure that that concept is included in the report writer's to-do list for afterwards. And then the report writers kind of put it into the unique language that is exclusively done in IPHC, and we can all review it later.
I like how you put that down in the language exclusive to the IPHC. Yeah, that's a good reminder, though, about some of the meaning of specific verbs that are noted in the report template.
I can't really wait to see if the co-chairs would take notes just in bullet format and then verbally review those at the end of each agenda item, so we can all make sure our thoughts are on the tickler list.
Yeah, I agree. That's an important point to make sure we're bringing everybody along in the conversation. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Is that correct, folks? I think I'm using the app correctly. I don't see anybody else.
Jim has his hand up, looks like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Jim, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I can work with the report writing as well. Maybe not tonight. I've got to take my daughter to a medical appointment, but I should be back before this is over.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'll work on report writing as well.
Okay, lots of volunteers, so that's good to hear. Not hearing anything in particular about the timing, I propose that we continue on with how we've done this for the past few MSABs, which is the contents of the meeting continue right to closing time. The co-chairs do provide some summary points, as Dan noted, at the conclusion of each section. And then report writing would happen after hours. That builds off both the summary points from the co-chairs and the kind of the framework text that the Secretariat has prepared for us. We can give that a try for this meeting and then adjust as needed. For those that aren't able to participate directly in the kind of after hours report writing, don't fret. There's an opportunity to review the materials at the beginning of each day. The one point that I will note, though, is important is it is just intended to be a review in the morning. We're not looking to reopen points or drag it out. We try to keep it to 20 minutes or so in terms of a refresh each morning.
Yes.
Pete, does that work for you?
Yes, that works for me. And thanks, Dan, for that kind of note on taking notes. That's a great reminder.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And then a reminder that the very last thing we do on Thursday will be to walk through the entire report, and that's an opportunity to wordsmith and change any points of view.
Yeah, hopefully mostly wordsmithing, not necessarily changing points of view, just getting our consensus down. Okay. So then in terms of the first agenda item, Alan, Dr. Wilson, do we go through to 3.1 now and talk about membership?
Yeah, that's correct. So at this point, we would jump to 3.2. You might have the old version of the agenda that didn't have 3.1 added.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah,
that's okay. So yeah, we have the membership is pretty much just a very brief update, and then a quick discussion about the rules of procedure. So if you're willing, chairs, then we can quickly step to paper 3, Rev 1. Okay, I will be brief on the first component of this, which is the MSAB membership for 2022. You all would have received the circular announcing the intersessional decision of the Commission. But just as a general reminder, the MSAB does have MSAB members do have 4-year terms, which have been staggered to try and ensure continuity. However, during the period since our last MSAB meeting in 2020, a number of memberships had expired. So also recalling that subsequent to the 98th session of the annual meeting, so earlier this year, January of this year, the Commission then met intersessionally to consider both the MSE program of work and also the Commission's annual budget. And in doing so, the Commission decided that it wanted to limit the MSAB meetings to 1 in-person meeting and 1 hybrid remote meeting each year. And as part of that budget discussion, to also consider reviewing the non-government membership of the MSAB. The Commission hasn't made any decisions in that regard, and it's an ongoing process. And as part of that process, they agreed that they would consult with the delegations individually, so separately, and then potentially propose new amendments to the rules of procedure in terms of reference for the MSAB for adoption at the upcoming annual meeting. In the lead up to that, of course, we had the work meeting in September with commissioners, and we were requested to provide some initial amendments to the rules of procedure, and those have been provided as appendix to this paper 3 Rev 1. But they really are just there as a starting point forward for discussion, with the core objective in mind that the Commission wanted to rationalize the overall cost of MSAB meetings, which are currently budgeted around $40,000 a year for participation by the non-government members of the MSAB. So, chairs, with that in mind, you have both the current MSAB membership list provided at Appendix A, and that includes the extensions provided for those members whose terms had expired during the last 2 years. And the Commission has provisionally extended those memberships until the 31st of December this year. And as I said, with their intention to rationalize the membership of the MSAB at the January annual meeting. In addition to those that are provided in Appendix A, as we heard, we have two additional, Kurt Iverson and Heather Hall, who have been appointed by their government representatives over the last week, I believe. So the 13th of October for Kurt and the 17th of October for Heather. And so those haven't been included in Appendix A, but have been or will be included in the report of this meeting. So chairs, the membership is just simply to note at this point, and then the terms of reference and rules of procedure draft amendments are there to stimulate discussion from this particular group. The Commission has asked me to request that you consider throughout the course of this meeting and by the close of the meeting, provide any additional indication of whether there are other amendments that you would like to see made to the terms of reference and rules of procedure. And so noting that this is something that some of you may have read and some of you may not, chairs, I would suggest if you could have a short discussion now and then come back to it maybe on Thursday with a more robust discussion on how the MSAB would like to propose amendments to the rules of procedure. And so I'll pass back to you, chairs.
Thanks for the overview there, Dr. Wilson. So there's 2 points in front of us, folks. The first is just to note the membership. What we've heard from Dr. Wilson is that this commission is looking to have discussions separately among the contracting parties. I think that's what was said about any proposed changes to the composition of the membership. We're not looking for any specific direction right now. The second item is potentially a more in-depth discussion about the terms of reference and rules of procedure. For the first item, membership, are there any major red flags for folks? Like we can maybe set aside a minute or two just to make sure that there's nothing of really significant note we need to flag, and then go into the rules and then talk about how we want to deal with rules of procedure. Chris?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. Sorry, I might have misheard, but for the actual membership, it sounds like the commission wants information for a decision at the annual meeting. Is that what I heard for the changes to the membership?
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess my question is, when do we see us putting forward our thoughts on membership? Is it part of the rules of procedure discussion?
So if I may, through the chair, there are two ways you could do that, certainly through this meeting, but also note that the Commission, as part of its intersessional decision 01 earlier this year, in June of this year, the Commission specifically indicated its intention not only to revise the membership and representation, but would be discussing that internally. And so in that sense, that's your second avenue to go through your internal delegation discussions. And I know the delegations are meeting a number of times between now and the annual meeting and indicate your preferred approach for memberships from the various constituent groups. So two avenues. You could certainly do it now through the report or the next 2 days, and then also more directly through your delegation meetings with commissioners.
Thanks for that guidance. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Chris, but I think what I'm hearing is, knowing you, I'm sure you've read ahead to the rules of procedure, and it's difficult to disentangle some of the membership comments from the proposed changes to the rules of procedure. Is that fair? Are you actually asking about, like membership duration and composition?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, there's just some very specific things in the rules of procedure with respect to membership composition and duration and the like. So it seems like we'll be commenting on them as we look at the rules of procedure. So that's why I just want to be clear on what direction is being sought from MSAB today.
So I see Dan's hand as well. Try quickly to answer your comment, Chris, and then go to Dan and look to Dr. Wilson for any points of correction. But I think first item is just to note the current membership has been extended to the end of the calendar year. The second item is to determine if and when we want to offer comment on the rules of procedure. I'm showing my hand a little bit here, but I think we should talk about rules of procedure and propose that it's now rather than the end of the meeting. At least that's what I'll put on the table. Maybe go to Dan, hear from Dan, and let others mull that suggestion over.
Yeah, mine was not necessarily on the rules of procedure. It was on the term, the time, our term limits or our expiration dates. So if you want to finish the term of reference, I'm happy to hold my discussion.
No, I think go ahead, Dan. If you've got a comment on the extension, that'd be helpful. We can wrap up that point because it looks like it's pretty quiet on that front otherwise.
Well, with that is I was just looking at the expiration dates on all of this, and well, I think the idea of having some staggering of the terms so that there is overlap as new members come in is good. And also, I guess I would think about mentioning to the commissioners that as they're reviewing the term expiration dates, that allowing for continuity through a prescribed program of work is desirable. In other words, it seems like on the MSAB we have fairly discrete programs of work. At first it was scale, then it was distribution. Now we've had some tasking on size limits and multi-year assessments. And having continuity of membership as we tackle each of those programs of work is desirable. And then as the programs of work change, having staggered terms to be able to carry on some of the procedures to the new one is desirable. So as they're considering, the membership and the terms of the membership, and, I guess those two concepts is what I would try and capture in our notes is that reasonable continuity during a program of work is desirable. And then, some staggered term limits to provide, succession of the procedures as new programs of work are developed is also desirable. And I'm sure the wordsmiths can say that better.
Oh, good points, Dan, in terms of the importance of staggering term limits and the duration to make sure there's some continuity. You can certainly note that. Chuck, I thought I saw your hand. Did you have something else to build on that?
No, not to build on that. But my question was what I thought I heard from Dr. Wilson was that once we discuss this in later at a later meeting among our different contracting parties, then it goes back to an internal final decision meeting by within the commission. Am I hearing that, or is there, if there's changes again coming out of that, does it come back to the MSAB to have a look at it and agree? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I can take that, Chair. At the moment, the Commission has indicated that it would like to make those decisions at the upcoming annual meeting. And so how that would work at this point would largely be taking into consideration any preferred options or amendments or improvements arising from this MSAB meeting, taking those into individual delegation meetings, and then it would most likely come back through potentially even the upcoming interim meeting. The Commission would provide direction to the Secretariat to update the terms of reference that would then go through the Finance and Administration Committee and then the Commission in January for adoption. And so in that sense, it wouldn't formally come back again to the MSAB. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so in terms of next steps, I think we've heard a little bit about the specific changes to the membership for the rest of this calendar year. The questions that I've heard, though, so far around staggering terms, around feedback in my other ear here, staggering terms, and Chuck's point about how we actually receive feedback on what the changes are. Those, I think, are largely related to the rules of procedure. And I think it would be helpful for us to at least have an initial conversation now on the proposed edits. I know some folks have read it, and maybe by going through some of these questions from folks who have read these documents now, we can have a clear set of requests or recommendations in the report rather than trying to circle back to it at the end of the meeting. This is a bit weird co-chairing remotely here. Pete, does that work for you, or do you have other suggestions on how we might move forward on the rules of procedure discussion?
No, I think that works just fine. I think, yeah, we can move on from the membership. There were some good points there, and we can talk about it amongst our delegations at another time.
Okay, great. So maybe as a matter of opening up the topic, I'll put a couple of points out there in terms of the rules of procedure piece. First of all, I don't want us to get too bogged down in it. So let's, roughly put down a place marker of half an hour or 40 minutes if needed with questions to talk about the change of the rules of procedure. But I do think there's some pieces here we need to close the loop on. In terms of the actual changes, maybe we can highlight what those changes are, at least from my quick review. But so what I'll do is if this works for the group, we'll walk through some of my comments on the draft version that I'd seen, and then look to Dr. Hicks, Dr. Wilson to comment on anything else that I might have overlooked or mischaracterized. So in terms of the rules of procedure changes, by and large, the edits are matters of making the document consistent with other boards. There is changing some of the verbiage from things like define to recommend, which better describes the role of the MSAB relative to the commission and the commissioner's decision. I think that's the vast majority of the changes. The second kind of bucket of changes are proposed rationalization of membership. This is highlighted in section 3, I believe. Scroll down to that part of the rules of procedure on the shared screen. Thank you. Yeah, so this proposes a slight rationalization, which I presume is directly in response to the desire from the commissioners to try to reduce some of the operating costs of the process. I also note the proposed membership change from 4 to 2 years, and then a new limit on additional terms that one would serve. That really those are the two big items. Some of the grammatical changes, verbiage, and then change to the membership composition. I'll draw folks' attention to those pieces. I know some folks have already had some thoughts on it. We can open it up to others to see if there's initial reactions to these rules of procedures, or if you feel like you need to sit with it for a day or two and come back to the next part of the meeting.
Hey, Adam, if I may stop for a moment, there is some feedback coming through. I'm not sure if somebody's muted or not. But
I had some audio issues. Could be on my side. I'll see if I can use a different mic here. Sorry.
Yeah, your microphone has been coming a little bit in and out as well, Adam. But okay, thanks. Yeah, and just to note, I believe in Adobe Connect, there is an option under the microphone settings to reduce the sensitivity or increase the sensitivity of your microphone. It's, and Adam's, yours sounded pretty sensitive, so maybe that was. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, yeah, that's a good flag. Something I can play around with at the break. I had one set up that I was using just 5 minutes before the meeting started, and then it all went sideways and had to change on the fly.
This sounds pretty good, Adam. This sounds pretty good.
Okay. Okay, so for those two items in the rules of procedure, any comments from folks, or do those who had them already got them out? Well, maybe not. But there you go, Chuck.
Well, I guess from my point of view, I would ask the question of the commission as to why the change to only having one additional term. We can discuss the length of term later, but why only one additional term? Are you trying to have a turnover of people versus consistency, as Dan started to point out? I think we need a flavor of what the commission actually is thinking as to making these changes. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't speak to that part. I don't know if that's something that Dr. Wilson or Dr. Hicks you could speak to about term limits or sorry, term renewals.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, just to quickly sort of summarize your summary of the proposed amendments, you really hit the nail on the head in terms of the vast majority of them just being to clarify what the MSAB's role is in the Commission's eyes. And so there shouldn't be any particular surprises there. The changes in the numbers of members is purely a starting point for discussion based on the Commission's directive to try and make some budget savings. And so they are not there as a fixed proposal. They're there as a sort of to get the conversation going, including particularly by the commissioners themselves. And that really only leaves the other, the substantial amendment, which is those term limits. And again, the only intention there is to start the conversation going, which looks like what is exactly what's happening, and that's fantastic. The Commission at this point does not have a particular position on term limits and whether they would like to restrict the number of terms or shorten them. But I think what I've already heard so far from the MSAB is that you would like that continuity, you would like them staggered, and also whether you would like to have a discussion around the duration or maximum term limits. But don't take that as a proposal coming from the Commission. It's a proposal to get the conversation going specifically around that. But the rest of the amendments are all relatively minor in nature. And as you said, really just to realign it, the MSAB's overall functioning with the other subsidiary bodies and that of the Commission itself. So with that said, I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Okay, I see Forrest, and then I think Dan was up next. And Pete, please, by all means, feel free to interject whenever.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So under number 4, where it says the term will be for 2 years, and then it says members may serve 1 additional term at the discretion of the IPHC. So that second part sort of alludes to the number of terms that you can serve before you're out, or am I misreading that?
That's correct.
Okay. And so someone made this edit, so I'm just wondering if there's any rationale behind that anyone knows about?
The rationale behind, sorry, thanks again, through the chair. The rationale behind that is again to try and work some standardization through the various subsidiary bodies and to stimulate that discussion. The MSAB is the only board that has 4-year terms, and so in that sense, it was just to standardize it with the others to have 2-year terms. In terms of the maximum number, again, it's a starting point for discussion. To assist with, I think there's some, I can't remember who pointed it out, potentially to get some new perspectives on various items. But as has been indicated, there is certainly a desire for membership continuity, particularly through various aspects of the program of work, while still trying to stagger those term limits. So unless there's any other particular point, it's coming through that at the moment, those who have spoken would like the term limit to remain at 4 years and not to have a limit on the number of terms, if I hear that correctly, Chair.
I think that's the general flavor, but let's hear from others first. I see Dan's got his hand up, and I would encourage others who haven't spoken yet in the meeting to also speak up.
Thanks. No, I think, Dave, you captured it quite well about the concept of continuity through a program of work. I think new blood is good to have introduced it from time to time, and I think some staggered terms and continuity as across programs of work is good too, just to maintain the procedures. My question was to you, Dave, about how this would affect the existing MSAB members. When I looked at the table, I noticed that most of us are at least 4+ years on this panel. Some people have been on a lot longer. And so how does that kind of, this point moving forward, or how does that affect the existing composition of the MSAB, which has mostly been serving for more than 4 years?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I guess that's really a decision that the commission would make in January of whether they would like to restart that clock, whether they would like just the clock to keep ticking without any particular term limit. And so I wouldn't want to preempt what the commissioners would decide in that regard. We have had other examples. For example, in the Scientific Review Board, the commission introduced term limits and maximums. And that has resulted in some turnover. However, there's also been an exemption given for one of the SRB members to continue past that, noting precisely what the MSAB members are describing now, that desire for continuity over time on particular topics. So I think I wouldn't want to preempt what the commission would decide in that regard. There's certainly precedents for providing exemptions if maximum number of terms is brought in, versus given the overall sentiment so far that the MSAB would like the term limits to remain at 4 years and be unlimited. I suspect that the commission would be very sympathetic to that. Back to you, Chair.
Just a quick follow-up. I think then that would be a decision point we want to highlight for them as an additional factor is how does this apply to existing terms that MSAB members are serving. And I agree, it's an open decision for the commissioners, but I think it is one that they need to make.
Thanks, Dan. I see Jim, Sarah, and then Forrest.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, so I agree with most of what's been said so far. Whether it's 2-year or 4-year term, I think that's really not the real crux of it. It's like how many terms are you going to limit the terms you're going to serve, just because, or as a fact that maybe someone wants to step away. Well, that's their discretion. But also, there's, at least on the Canadian side, there's not a lot of people knocking down the door to participate on this thing. And we're not getting a lot of people coming at the conference board and saying, geez, how do I get involved? I mean, they're interested, but it is, a time commitment, and especially the last couple of years, just the virtual stuff. I know we're going back to an in-person meeting. So I think, putting that restriction of number of terms on there where someone has to go I think it should be changed to, it's up to the contracting party whether they want to replace one of their MSAB members. So it should be at the discretion of the contracting party who they choose to put on, who they want to represent themselves at MSAB. They may want to turn people around, maybe they'll find them, and that's fine, right? If the terms are 2 or 4, that's the opportunity to do it then. But I think putting a mandatory sort of you serve this amount of terms and this amount of renewals and then you're gone I think that should be sort of more left up to contracting parties.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Another option to consider about where that decision is made, whether it's part of the terms of reference or elsewhere. Okay, I see Sarah, Forrest, and then maybe one more call for questions before we move on.
I'm going to try try to have some good flow here, but I have several different things that I think are good to highlight. One is I do really like Dan's, I think it was Dan that said perhaps terms should be linked to programs of work. I think that's a really nice way to handle that. So, you know, depending on how long the program of work is, whether it's 2 years or 4 years or 3 years, that might be a kind of a nice place to work within that. And then I guess another thing that really comes to mind, and in terms of thinking whether, you know, it's only one additional term, especially if it's only a 2-year term, is it does take some time for folks to really get up to speed with what's going on the MSAB. So by the time, you know, somebody is really up to speed 2 years in, if they're only allowed to serve one additional term, that probably doesn't provide them with a lot of opportunity to contribute a good amount. And then just another thing that comes to mind is that, you know, kind of looking at that group of, you know, letters A through E up above, in addition to what Jim was saying on, you know, some of the, there, at least in Canada, and I wouldn't be surprised in the US as well, there aren't a lot of people knocking on the door to be on the MSAB. But then in addition to that, some of those groups A through E don't have a huge group of people to draw from to begin with. And so, you know, limiting people to 2 terms might be pretty prohibitive in terms of actually filling seats on the MSAB in the future. So I think I hit on everything that I had to say, but thanks to everybody else for their comments too.
Thanks for that. That was very concise. Forrest.
Yeah, thanks, Adam, for another chance at this. Actually, Sarah and Jim mentioned some things that were on my mind, and I think I'm just thinking about recreational seats for the U.S. Contracting Party, and you've got Alaska. It's a big area. There was a vacancy earlier, but now we're talking about slimming down. But I think you're going to have to look at. I think you're going to have to look at some overlap for people to get up to speed, and that you may butt in or butt up against these maximum term limits if that's the case, because there is a big learning curve on this. Was my experience anyway. So just putting that out there as food for thought.
Okay, thanks, Forrest, for that. So I think a couple of things. What we've heard so far is primarily questions around the term, or how many additional terms one would be able to seek. The concern being if that there is a limit on terms, that we may be losing some of the staggering or at least succession planning that would ensure there's continuity of understanding of a topic that, you know, takes some time to get up to speed on. Some of the ways to address these concerns could be to maintain staggering, or at the very least link term length to a program of work. I think that's an interesting concept, but at least personally need to mull it over a little bit more to see how technically that would work. I'd like to hear Dr. Hicks's perspective on it as well. But I think the key takeaway is, yeah, staggering is important. A bit of an extended term length is important to make sure that folks are up to speed and that we're able to fulfill or to fill these advisory roles. But I haven't heard anything from folks around a magic number, whether it's 2 years or 4 years. I think part of that is the fact that this is just a first cut of the conversation. We haven't really walked through the terms of reference line by line. One suggestion we heard at the beginning of this from Secretariat staff was that perhaps we could let this simmer in the back of our minds over the course of the meeting and then come back to it at the end. Given kind of the high level of conversation, I don't know, it's something that might be necessary. So maybe we'll put it out to folks here then. We have got into a couple of the key points around term length, but do folks feel like they need a structured conversation now into more detail of this report, like going line by line through the report, or do we have this discussion on Thursday? Like, do folks feel prepared to speak to it in further detail right now? I see Jim and then Chris.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I appreciate the idea that the commissioners are, I guess, opening this up for discussion, but I guess I haven't heard what it is we're trying to address with these potential changes. And I think if those were a little clearer, I think maybe to this body, since we are a stakeholder group, maybe we can offer up some more meaningful feedback if there's specific things that might be driving these potential changes to the terms. I just think it's important to hear from the stakeholders what we think can be done to make this a better process and more efficient. Thank you.
So I can take a cut at that, but I would look to the Secretariat as well, just to affirm that I'm not speaking out of turn here. I think what the driver is the Commission at the end of the last annual meeting in an intersessional session provided some direction to the Secretariat to reevaluate the membership with an eye to both affirming the governance structure, but also to rationalize, to reduce the operating costs of the MSE process. And so I think that's the primary driver of the membership review.
Yeah, and sorry to jump in, Chair, but if my hand doesn't seem to be working, but yeah, I would just echo that. It's really that twofold component. One is a financial rationalization of the MSAB membership, and then also as part of that to see if there are any governance improvements that could be made that would help the MSAB deliver advice that the Commission could use in moving the MSAB process or the MSE process forward. And I would just like to point out that of the various second performance review recommendations for the IPHC, and then also some of the outstanding recommendations from previous Commission meetings, they're dominated by actions needing to occur through the MSAB and MSE processes. And so it's really that twofold component. One's purely fiscal, and then the other one is a desire to see if there's anything that can be done in terms of MSAB governance that would make the board more efficient in delivering very specific advice to the Commission to help it get across the line, so to speak, with the MSE process. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that. Sorry for missing your hand. I reckon you had some good clarifications there. Chris, I see your hand, but first, maybe if I can, I'd go back to James just to see if that addresses his question.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing Dr. Wilson say is that there's two concerns. One is fiscal concern, and there is maybe more of a process and being effective. But on the fiscal side, it seems to me like reducing the number of MSAB members would get to that, not having shorter terms. And having shorter terms might make it more, I guess, challenging for the MSAB to be effective. And speaking for myself, it took some time for me to kind of get up to speed on what was going on, and then once I feel like okay, I'm starting to understand better what's happening here. I just think it, for someone like me, once I get to that point, it would be disappointing for me if I term off, because I feel like at some point I need the time. So I hope that makes sense, but thank you.
Yeah, I think that was a good clarification. I'm glad you put the question that way, because I think when you frame it in terms of the objective is to reduce operating costs, then maybe a shorter term length is not going to help facilitate that. Okay, Chris, I see your hand is waiting.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, I was just going to come back to the question about did we want to talk about this now or push it off till Thursday. I don't, either way is fine with me, but I think if we are going to push it off to Thursday, could we at least go through the document? And there's a few areas that maybe people would like some clarification, not commenting on, just making sure they understand if a change was made. Like, I just thought clarity there around the financial rationalization, the governance that was given. That sort of helped clarify, okay, that's the driving force. And then if we're going to push it off till Thursday, could we at least now go through and understand some of the proposed changes in the rationale, not get into a discussion on them, just so we understand them, so help us with our thoughts on Thursday. Or if we're going to discuss them now, same thing.
Okay, so I'll make a suggestion that given we've just received some kind of affirmation or clarified guidance that these are the two drivers of the change of rules procedure, that may provide some additional context that would be helpful when one is reviewing the terms of reference. That combined with the fact that maybe not everyone has familiarized themselves with this document as much as it would be useful, I suggest that we go through this in a little more detail, not today at least, to give folks tonight to review it. I'll put that suggestion out there unless others feel very strongly that they're ready to go right now. Like it's everybody done their homework well and read through these in detail? Or someone can raise their hand if they feel like they need a bit more time.
I guess I'll just step in to say that I think having a little bit of time to digest some of these would be a good thing. The other thing, I guess, in listening to the discussions that I may make a note of is I can completely appreciate like having things consistent among the different boards. I guess the note here is, you know, having drank from the IPHC fire hose for this past like 6 or 7 months, the complexity of the work that is going into the management strategy evaluation may require a slightly different term limit for the MSAB members for the reason of getting up to speed and being able to understand that. So there may be, I don't know, some reason for a little bit of latitude in having the term limits be slightly different than other boards that people are serving on. So that was the note I wanted to make.
Okay, so I still have feedback here, sorry. So how about this then, and maybe Alan, I'll look to you to make sure this still works within the timing of things, but we wrap up this discussion now and set aside about half an hour or maybe 45 minutes on Thursday to go through the rules procedure in a little more detail now that folks have one, the context about what's driving the change, both a rationalization of membership and just general good governance review. So people, one, have that context, and then two, that what we've heard so far is staggering of terms is important, or at least linking them to specific programs of work so that we're not having folks start and stop in partway through and essentially seizing up the process. Another item we've heard was that if it's more about rationalizing operating costs, putting in a shorter term length is probably not going to be that helpful, or at least the term renewal is not going to be that helpful. And as Pete just said, drinking from the fire hose, it takes us some time to get up to speed. So in general, it sounds like there's a desire to still have term lengths that are in the 4-year range to make sure the process is effective. So sorry, that was a bit rambly. Talk again on Thursday for half an hour to 45 minutes. Alan, look to you to see if that works in terms of kind of the original vision you had in putting the agenda together. And two, everyone's got homework over the next day and a half to review the rules of procedure with those 2 points in mind about governance review, rationalization, and a general theme that we should look for continuity in membership to maintain the efficacy of the process. There we go. That was more concise.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think that's a good plan. I would urge to keep the Thursday session to half an hour. Keep it shorter because, as a reminder, the main part of this meeting are the results of the simulation, and there'll be a lot to digest there. And I imagine some MSAB members would like to finish those discussions Thursday morning as well, after having time to review those Wednesday night.
Very good point. Yeah, half an hour then is what we should be striving for. Okay, last call from folks with any concerns about that process. And I do see in the chat that there's some proposed text that perhaps folks can mull over.
Yeah, so sorry, Chair. I'm just going to drop that in there so we don't lose track. I think that's a summary of the 3 points, the key 3 points that are being made. And that might be something you want to have a think about in preparation for your Thursday discussion. And I think that would characterize well what I've heard. But please do take some time to think about that, and then also any other potential text you'd want to include. Thanks, Chair.
And that's in the chat window.
Yes, very helpful. Thanks for putting them in there. Okay, with that then, I think, not seeing anybody else's hands, that we go on to the next agenda item.
Yeah, that'll be agenda item 3.3, and we're currently bringing up document 04. And through the chair, I'll walk through this document if that's okay with you.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, sure. Struggling to find notes here. Yes, please feel free to walk through both the summary of actions from the last meeting as well as the next agenda item, the outcomes of the SRB. You can just roll right through them all.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. This is an update on actions arising from the 16th session. So that would be MSAB017. And noting that this was prepared on the 16th of September. So a lot of 16s in there. I'm just going to jump down to the summary of recommendations and requests there, noting that this occurred at a time when before the current program of work was developed. So as Dr. Wilson noted, it was quite a while since we've had a full MSAB meeting. So these recommendations have been met. They were all presented to the commission, and the commission took note of them. And then there's the request at the bottom of the screen that's shown here, requesting the MSAB meeting be scheduled to discuss a program of work for 2021, noting that the commission paused the MSAB process while they worked through the range of objectives and determined a program of work. And the MSAB017 is the first meeting since 2020. Thus, the commission did develop a program of work, and we are currently at the end of that program of work at this MSAB meeting to consider that. So we've marked all of these actions as completed and have moved on to the new program since then. Any comments on this document before I move on to the Scientific Review Board? If not, I'll move on to the Scientific Review Board. And I note here, this again is a document describing the recommendations and requests of the 20th Scientific Review Board. And I've noted them here, that after this document was created, way to go. Thanks, Ed. I'm just learning the controls here on this end. In Appendix A are the requests from the 20th Scientific Review Board, noting that this is the Scientific Review Board meeting in June, and that is a meeting when the SRB is more focused on requests to the Secretariat rather than recommendations to the Commission. And they had 4 different requests related to the management strategy evaluation, which were very useful in guiding the process throughout the summer of 2022. And I note that since this document was created, we've had the 21st Scientific Review Board meeting, and their report is online, and I'll just identify a few of the important recommendations coming out of that Scientific Review Board. But from the 20th, SRB 020, there's a number of things they recommended or requested, noting migration scenarios, not getting too far out on scenarios, that they had some indications of how to treat decision-making variability, which we'll talk about later today. They discussed talking about the estimation procedures within the MSE closed-loop simulation. And then looking at the distribution scenarios and just identifying if any of the management procedures show any different relative rankings across management procedures for each of the distribution scenarios, which are mostly integrated within the results. So very useful coming out of SRB 20, and I want to just read a few of the things that came out of the 21st session of the SRB. And there were basically two recommendations related to management strategy evaluation. This is online. The report is online if you want to look at it. Sorry, we don't have it in this document. But that is basically the SRB recommended further analysis of the economic implications of harvesting smaller fish in its relation to size limits. And they also recommended evaluating additional performance metrics that might be useful in the evaluation of size limits and multi-year assessments. So we'll be doing both of those throughout this. And then I note there was one request related to the management strategy evaluation, and that is the SRB requested the Secretariat examine management procedures based on a 3-year assessment cycle, so a triennial assessment cycle, with annual TCEY changes proportional to changes in the FIS index, the Set Line Survey Index. And they gave a number of reasons why that would be useful to do. And so as a little foreshadowing, we have run a triennial assessment cycle management procedure that will be presented to you tomorrow. So that's it on updates from the SRB. Are there any comments or questions on any of those?
Alan, I did have one point of clarification. I think it was for, I don't know if it was for 20 or for 21, but you had mentioned that the SRB had sought some, I guess, some additional understanding about how different MPs perform when their distribution allocation pieces are not integrated. Was that, did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that's on the screen being presented right now, the bottom request 5, paragraph 21. And they requested evaluating whether the relative ranking of MPs remains similar across the set of proposed distribution scenarios. We had considerable discussion with them at this time because the commission had really guided the Secretariat to use these 5 different distribution scenarios as sources of uncertainty in how the TCEY may be distributed in the future, and to not focus on these as management procedures. And that is why they're being integrated into results. They're a source of uncertainty into the future. And therefore, the SRB thought they certainly appreciated that point of view and understood that point of view, but they thought, well, what if the commission was to adopt one of these distribution scenarios, and that was one that showed us different ranking of the management procedures. So they just asked the Secretariat to keep their eye on it and determine if any of these distribution scenarios was wildly different across management procedures compared to others. We have looked at that. I don't have that specifically to present to the MSAB, but I have a few plots that would probably put everybody at ease that none of these distribution scenarios is causing different ranking across the management procedures, and we can continue to evaluate them by integrating them.
Okay, so that's something that has been done, but we wouldn't necessarily be seeing at this meeting. It'd be for a future discussion. Is that right? Or has SRB had a chance to go through those?
No, the SRB hasn't specifically looked at this. A lot of that was not ready to present at the time the SRB meeting occurred just over a month ago. But we certainly discussed it and mentioned that that's something to keep your eye on. What we have looked at thus far has shown no considerable difference in how you would evaluate the management procedures by these different distribution procedures on a coast-wide level at least. But as you know, these distribution procedures distribute TCY differently to each regulatory area. So they all have their differences within regulatory area. But to not get caught up in evaluating distribution procedures, but instead to focus on the size limits, it's best to, or the multi-year assessments, it's best to really integrate these as a source of uncertainty and note that they don't really show any grand differences on a coast-wide level across the management procedures. And I can easily present a plot to you or to the MSAB if the MSAB wishes to see that.
Okay, I think that's really helpful clarification, and it certainly seems like a reasonable approach to me, given the direction the commissioners have provided in terms of our prioritization. The reason I was prying a little bit is to see if we suddenly need to pivot, between now and the interim meeting or the annual meeting, and have the MSAB provide some kind of advice on de-integrated MPs that we haven't had a chance to look at. But it sounds like that's it's maybe possible, but not the plan right now. Not something we need to be doing yet.
Yeah, and thinking ahead a little bit again, maybe the MSAB can make a comment related to whatever decisions come out of the commission at the annual meeting. Those could then be analyzed with the MSE framework and investigated to make sure that those decisions do meet the objectives of the commission. Does that make sense?
I very much agree with that. Yeah, we know that there's ongoing negotiated solutions that the commissioners will come to, and I think that's really a strength of an MSE, is to be able to take whatever that product is and run it through the simulations to ensure we're still meeting our conservation metrics. So.
And that's the benefit of the MSE framework as it's put together. It's a generalized framework that is not specific to any one program of work, but can be adapted to future programs of work quite easily.
Okay, thanks for indulging me to the SRB pieces. Any other questions from folks? We'll let folks mull it over for a second, and then if not, I think we can roll right into the annual meeting update. I'm not sure if that was something that you were going to provide, Alan, or Dave, if that was yours.
Yes, I'll provide that update as well, and that's just a look at outcomes of the 98th session of the annual meeting, which occurred January 2022. And again, the important part of this document is really in the appendix. I'll go right into the appendix. Don't go too far on this. And again, there were a few recommendations or a couple of recommendations related to the management strategy evaluation and some requests as well. And I want to note too that there was the 12th special session of the commission where management strategy evaluation was also a topic, as noted there. And basically at the annual meeting, the commission had recommended that an agenda item be added to the special session to provide direction on the MSE work plan, and that happened at the 12th special session. And then related to requests, there were a lot of guiding requests that guided the MSE process throughout this year, and that is the specific size limits in paragraph 61, request 2, identifying potential costs and benefits of not conducting an annual stock assessment and working with the SRB on that. That is something that we have had discussions with the SRB on, and the SRB has made some notes in their recent report. They provided direction on the multi-year management procedures, including the request of possibly a triennial management procedure if time allows, which has been done. And noting here, they in request 4B, items 1 and 2, they provided some guidance to specific ways to adjust the TCY in non-assessment years. And those, the Secretariat has gone away and identified 3, which will be explained tomorrow. And so request 5 here, paragraph 66, is the request on the range of distribution procedures to highlight potential differences in the performance of size limits and multi-year assessments, noting that there were other recommendations from the Commission identifying that the distribution procedures were not the specific management procedures to evaluate. I believe that's lower in the document. And then finally, requested to continue to work on methods to evaluate MSE outcomes. I'm particularly interested in working with the MSAB on this request 6. And if there are alternative ways of the Secretariat presenting the MSE, providing information to the MSAB that would help in evaluation for all stakeholders and the Commission, we would be very open to hearing that. So I bring us down to now the 12th special session of the IPHC. And this was really where the Commission decided specifically on the 5 distribution procedures. And I note here that there is the language noting that these distribution procedures are for analytical purposes only and are not endorsed by both parties, thus would be reviewed in the future if the Commission wishes to evaluate them for implementation. So these distribution procedures in the discussion we had at the 12th session was more along the lines of identifying a range of potential distribution procedures to identify the range of uncertainty that could occur in the future. It wasn't to identify potential ones to choose from, and that is why we're integrating them into the process and not focusing on them specifically as management procedures for recommendation. And that's the end of this document, and I can take any questions or comments.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, couple things. One is just a comment about presenting results. Just the one thing I've noticed when I'm presenting results to the people I work with from the MSAB process, the graphs seem to work better. People seem to grasp the concept better where possible. So if you put in error bars, if you put numbers up, people tend to focus on the number and they get away from, you know, like that's the number going to be, that's what the number is going to be. It's rather, no, this whole process about comparing the relative changes between the different management procedures. So one thing I'd mention is I think that using the graphs I find are a good way to get the message across. The other thing I just wanted to circle back to, though, is just when we were talking about from SRB 21, one of the recommendations, recommendation 5, you mentioned recommended further analysis of economic implications. I get, and you said there'd be some stuff coming on that later. The only thing at the annual meeting, the commissioners in the annual report, they were quite clear on that what we should be focusing on the future, that the economic work was done, and I think it's in paragraphs 72 and 73. So I'm just wondering what are we going to be discussing later with respect to this, given the Commission seems to be saying that further economic work is out of scope. Thank you.
Through the chair, would you like me to make any comments on that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Excellent points. And I'll apologize in advance. The presentation on the results has a lot of tables in it, not many graphs. But I do agree with you. Graphs tend to show these comparisons a little bit better, and I've been working on that as much as I can. As we work through the Explorer, any ideas on how to improve the graphs in the Explorer would be very helpful. And then what I usually do for the IM and AM meetings is work here with the Secretariat on developing graphs to present to the Commission. So thanks for that input, and we'll continue to work hard on that. With regard to economic analysis, we had that discussion with the SRB, and it's a different look at economics than what the economic analysis that had been done over the past 2 years that the Commission was looking at. What the SRB was talking about, and what was actually included in the previous analysis of size limits, was more just what is the economic outcome of the commercial fishery, rather than just looking at the outcome of, say, quota or yield from the fishery. And the SRB felt that it's very important because there is potentially a price differentiation between U26 U32 and O32 fish. And if a size limit was removed, then that obviously means more U32 fish on the market, and yield could potentially go up, which we'll see in the results. But we don't know if there would actually be an economic gain to the fishery. And so the SRB wasn't specific on what those economic implications may be, or how to analyze the economics in this, but instead that is something to be considered. And so we've taken one relatively simple look at it, but I think it's a very informative look that we'll present, and it's very similar to what we did in the previous size limit analysis, basically determining what is a break-even price point for U32 fish. But beyond that, and the discussions we did have with the SRB were related to what might be improvements in efficiency or losses in efficiency with removal of the size limit. Would a boat be able to go out and keep more fish, thus use less bait, or would it take more time to process a lot of U32 fish? We're not sure of how that would be, but that could come into a very simplified economic analysis, working with stakeholders to understand what are the efficiencies that could be lost or gained with size limits. That's not something we're attempting to tackle here, but it's basically something the SRB wanted to make sure the Commission was aware of. So we'll present the very simplified look at value of the fishery, but I urge the MSAB not to get confused with the previous economic impact analysis, which is very different than what we'll be looking at here. This is a very simplistic look at economic output of the commercial fishery. I hope that helps.
Alan, one point on that then, is it fair to say that the SRB is considering more on, I guess, like how selectivity is going to change as a result of the size limit? Economics are the driver of selectivity, but that's their actual concern. They're not so much concerned about dollar value.
No, the SRB was concerned about the economic value of the fishery and whether that would be lost, but they were also concerned about any changes in selectivity, potential changes in selectivity. And having discussions internally, well, with the SRB as well as internally here at the Secretariat, there's a lot of reasons selectivity could shift to smaller fish, but there's also a lot of reasons selectivity could shift to larger fish. That might be a good discussion to have with the MSAB. I mean, we have the experts here, we have the stakeholders here that could maybe provide more insight, but determining that on a fleet-wide, coast-wide basis is pretty difficult to predict until we actually see what may happen or do an experiment with it, perhaps. So I'd say both of those things were of interest to the SRB, both economic value as well as changes in selectivity.
Thanks. Okay, Tom.
Yeah, I'm just curious, looking at the current 5 distribution, protocols that the Commission recommended. I noticed B and C, both tie the same interim agreements with A, 2A and 2B. And I'm curious what the thought on the Commission is, because I see that the agreement in the U.S. to give 1.65 or 1.63 is based upon treaty tribe language with the government. And I don't see that in any way connected to the relationship of what 2B does or doesn't get. So it's interesting to me that they've always got, just because 2A gets a little more than people think they should get, therefore 2B should. I'm curious why those are tied together all the time, because to me, they're two separate issues entirely. And I'm just curious from the commission's point of view, why they keep tying those two together.
I can offer one thought there, Tom, is that one comment is that's the commissioner's crystal ball. I don't know that anybody here it can really say definitively. We know that our marching orders from that special session are these 5 distribution procedures are what's used to evaluate. At least that's my perspective. I think there's been a few others that are at the table here that were also part of these conversations. They may be able to offer some other insight, but I think their takeaway really is this was the commissioner direction.
And through the chair, if I may add, I don't see that they are necessarily tied together. This was just a range of potential for future uncertainty in the distribution procedures. So there's some distribution procedures here without any agreements for 2A or 2B, and there's some with agreements for 2A and 2B. So it really covers that range of uncertainty, but they don't necessarily have to be tied together. When the Secretariat was talking with the Commission about these distribution procedures, we were urging them to choose 3 distribution procedures, and they chose 5. So we just didn't want to expand it into a whole lot of distribution procedures. It makes the MSC much more complex and complicated to run. And so this was a bit of a compromise to cover a range of potential uncertainty in the future, but not necessarily indicative of what may happen in the future.
Okay, are there comments from others or questions, clarification from others on what we've seen from the SRB, MSAB017, and the annual meeting pieces? Not seeing anything. I think that brings us to the end of section 3 of the agenda.
That's correct.
Double check that we haven't missed anything. Or is there anything, Alan or Pete, that I've missed?
That's correct. I think that brings us to the end of agenda item 3, and then the next agenda item would be 4, getting into the presentations.
Okay, so I have one request: is we either jump right into it now, or we take a 10-minute health break, which is what my vote is for. Or at least I will step away to use the washroom for a minute while you get the slide pulled up.
Through the chairs, if I may offer, I think we could do a 15-minute health break or a 10-minute health break, and then maybe, I don't know if the chairs want to have any discussion about the schedule or want to go through the schedule with me anymore. To orient themselves. I realize they're newly elected, so if there's anything that I can do to help with that process, if we came back at 2:30, that would be plenty of time to finish up what I see on the schedule for today.
So just to confirm, I'm clear, the proposal is come back at 2:30 and we would go through agenda items 4.1 and 4.2, or is it, actually, let me check. Yeah, yes. Will we finish 4.2 by the end of the day?
Hopefully, and then reminder that the additional agenda item there is just to show MSC Explorer to make sure everybody's comfortable with using it, and if anybody has any questions before the end of the day, so that people may use it tonight and tomorrow as we go through results.
That works for me. Pete, are you comfortable with that approach?
Yeah, that works for me also.
And are the chairs comfortable with the schedule, at least for the rest of today, or would you prefer to have any sort of, I can email you my thought on the schedule just so you're aware of it if you like.
Sure, I think we can probably follow with that offline, at least the end of the day, so you're not trying to multitask any more than you usually have to during these meetings, Alan.
Okay.
We can follow up at the end of the day today to sort out the balance of the meeting. Okay, well then let's take 15 now, 16 now, and get back together at 14:30.
All right, thank you. Secretariat's back online.
Adam Keizer is back as well.
The Secretariat's back online.
Yeah, and Pete, are you here?
I am, yep.
Okay. We're right at 14:30, so I think we can jump into the agenda.
Excellent. Well, the next agenda item is a presentation on the MSE framework, which is looking at operating models and all the sort of the engine behind the whole management strategy evaluation. So with the co-chairs agreement, I'll continue on.
Yes, please.
All right, excellent. So an MSc program of work was developed for 2021 through 2023, meaning up until the annual meeting of 2023, so the 99th annual meeting. And there are a number of different items that the Commission agreed upon in the MSc program of work for this 2-year period. And what I've highlighted here are 4 different framework items, which I will step through. But I do note that some of these items are interrelated, such as developing migration scenarios needs to be done before developing alternative operating models, which OM stands for operating model. So I'll jump right in. So those 2 tasks, migration scenarios and alternative operating models, related to those, the Secretariat wants to note that there's an improved operating model for this round of evaluations. And by improved, we're comparing it to the previous evaluations that were done at MSAB017 in 2020. So if you recall, previously we had one individual model making up that operating model. This time, we've decided to characterize structural uncertainty in a similar way that's done in the stock assessment, and that's by introducing 4 individual models. I know these are not the 4 individual models used by the stock assessment, but they are inspired, you might say, by the stock assessment models. And there's some additional assumptions or additional freeing up in this operating model, such as the parameter called steepness is free here. There's migration between 4 different regions. So they're different than the stock assessment, but they're inspired by the stock assessment models. And I note important difference between these. There's 2 of these models with a high natural mortality rate and 2 of these models with a low natural mortality rate, matching the previous stock assessment. There's variability in migration rates, and we feel that this is really a way to incorporate representative uncertainty about Pacific halibut. And by representative uncertainty, we mean the uncertainty that is informed and represents the Pacific halibut population. So as a reminder, population dynamics and all of these individual models within an operating model. So you think of this as an ensemble. The operating model is an ensemble. But there's migration between the 4 biological regions shown in the colored circles on the plot below. There's movement between each of those regions, and noting that multiple fisheries operate within a region, those fisheries are associated with the IPHC regulatory areas. So there's a commercial fishery for all 8 IPHC regulatory areas, 2A, 2B, 2C, etc. But there's also recreational fisheries, subsistence fisheries, non-directed discard fisheries, etc. Here they are. I forgot I had this slide. So here are descriptions of the fishing sectors: directed commercial, non-directed commercial, discard, recreational, subsistence. In a few regulatory areas, recreational subsistence are combined. This were discussions we had many MSABs ago. And so this is just a reminder of what has been done in the previous one, and the fishing sector's definition has remained the same in this framework. Here is the operating model shown as the individual models within it. So the ensemble operating model is made up by combining all 4 of these. You'll notice that they do represent a wide range of uncertainty. And that range of uncertainty is defined by the data and the assumptions going into the models, and is informed by the stock assessment. But you see that these models are all starting in 1958, whereas some of the stock assessment models start in 1888. We decided that that historical period was confusing some of the migration estimation or estimation of migration rates, and that starting in 1958 captures the uncertainty necessary to project into the future for the evaluation of management procedures. So it simplifies the process a little bit without losing a lot, and actually speeds up the run times by quite a large amount. So we have basically 2 different assumptions about the history, which is congruent with the stock assessment. And then in the most recent time period, you see that these models all look somewhat similar in the estimates of spawning biomass. But when you look into the exact trends of each of these models, predictions of other parameters, that they can differ by quite a bit, and they show a wide range of uncertainty. So we felt all 4 of these models were necessary to characterize the uncertainty in the population. When we compare the operating models or the operating model to the uncertainty from the ensemble stock assessment, what you can see is that in the most recent time period, that operating model has a little bit more uncertainty than the ensemble stock assessment. And that is by design, really. We have many more parameters with uncertainty in the operating model, and we actually desire it to span a little bit more uncertainty than the stock assessment would, to characterize uncertainty appropriately for evaluating management procedures. But overall, the operating model and the stock assessment are showing similarities. It's just a lot about the uncertainty is characterized differently. And we wanted to show you example of a projection and what projected trajectories might look like. So here we have the operating model shown in blue, and then in black is an example projection, I believe, of, I can't remember how many were done here, maybe 500 simulations were done here. So 500 different trajectories were projected. An SPR of 43% was operating as a fishing intensity here. But it shows you the general trend in dark black line, the thick black line, as well as confidence intervals of the range of simulations in the dotted lines. And then in the colored lines, we've shown individual trajectories. And those are one potential individual trajectory. And we show those so that you are aware that an individual trajectory can traverse a lot of this space across a 80-year period, or I guess it's a 60-year period shown here. So don't think of this as that dark line is an example trajectory. No, that's the median of all the different trajectories across all these different years. And the individual trajectories can vary quite a bit across those years. So there's a lot of interannual variability as well as just general variability in the population as well. And I just want to note as a reminder to the MSAB, please feel free to stop me as Adam has just done. This is really interactive and we encourage discussion. Go ahead, Adam.
It was great timing, Alan. Yeah, I was going to jump in here just to say that I think this slide is really helpful. It's quite important to understand, particularly, and I wanted to pause here, particularly for some of the new folks in the process, that the operating model and the outputs that you see here are intended to provide a broad range of different ways in which we think the world may be operating. So we're not necessarily looking for the single best operating model, single best stock assessment. We're looking to capture a range of possible ways that the world may operate. And then we're going to apply different management procedures in that world and see how they perform under that umbrella of uncertainty. So I'll pause there first. Alan, Ian, did I say that correctly? Can you correct me if I misspoke? And then to the rest of the group, do we understand that? Are we all on the same page?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Adam. It's just about characterizing uncertainty and simulating a range of trajectories into the future.
Right. And so the reason it's important to see this breadth of uncertainty is to make sure that we can evaluate procedures that are robust to all of this uncertainty. And the reason I'm hung up on this point a little bit is in a traditional stock assessment sense, somebody would see this very wide uncertainty trajectory and think that's bad news, that that's a problem. But that's not the case. That's good that we've got this breadth of uncertainty here so that we can help evaluate management procedures performance against many different ways in which the world will operate. So that was the first piece. The second piece is that, again, to note that those hashed marks, those dotted lines, they're the 5th and 95th percentiles, and they compose, as you said, Alan, a whole bunch of different trajectories, thousands of trajectories that have been simulated through the process. I see that's stimulated some conversation from Forrest. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So when we go into the MSC tool and we play around with MPs and different parameters, do they respond to the median operating model line here, or do they respond to the 500 simulations that are done, or would that actually result in the same thing?
Great question, Forrest. They respond to the 500 simulations and what has happened. So, for example, what's showing here is spawning biomass on the vertical or y-axis. And if you were to look at the MSC Explorer tool and you would choose a performance metric called median spawning biomass or something like that, if there is one. I know there's relative spawning biomass, but if there was a median spawning biomass, that would be the black line for a specific set of years. So the performance metric is a summary of those 500 different simulations. And we have a number of different performance metrics, such as a median, which would shown here as the dark black line. We also have performance metrics, which are the 95th percentile, which is the top dotted line. And then we also have performance metrics that are, say, the probability that spawning biomass is above 200 metric tons in year 2080 or something like that. Could be a performance metric. And that's just how many trajectories ended up at the end of this time series above 200 metric tons. So it's really responding to the range, the total number of simulations, not just that single median in this plot.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. I'm curious on this particular slide why you changed the left and the right hand side parameters. And the way it looks now, the medium looks like, oh, we're having a slight and a steady increase over the next 50 years or 60 years, when in reality we're bumping along at exactly the same amount. And I'm wondering why you changed the slide to this rather than just keep the same parameters on that axis.
Yeah, I apologize, Chuck. I incorrectly didn't completely label the left axis where it says spawning biomass. That's in millions of pounds. And what is on the right axis is metric tons, so that someone interested in metric tons can see the range, and someone interested in millions of pounds can see the range. So I do apologize for that. So yeah, the left axis should say spawning biomass in millions of pounds, and the right axis is exactly the same, spawning biomass in metric tons. So I apologize for that confusion.
Chuck, were you talking about the labels, or were you asking about stock trajectory over the medium term?
Well, it was initially I thought it was trajecting over the median term. Well, if 62 years is median, it looks like we're increasing, and yet I don't know if we are or not. So I guess we are, now that I know that the labels are actually mean two different things.
That's a good observation, Chuck. And really the reason there is what you can see is within the range of historical weighted age that we have seen, we've been at the lower part of that range of weighted age. So really, when we put the framework together and parameterize it in terms of what weighted age might be doing in the future, we don't have any observations saying weighted age is going to go a whole lot lower. And recently, weighted age has been showing some increases, and from previous analyses, we found that weighted age has autocorrelation, or meaning that the changes that we've seen in recent years continues on throughout the years. So the model is actually projecting an increase in weighted age. In addition, we've been classified as a positive PDO stage with higher recruitment. So all the signs and what we understand the population may do in the future is suggesting that we have a higher chance of increase based on where we're at and what we've been seeing in recent years. Given that being said, you'll notice that really in the most recent years, say 2022, 2023, that trajectory is somewhat stable and then begins to increase. But also note the confidence intervals in this plot as well. That fifth percentile, the lower dotted line, does remain pretty flat. So there is still probability that the stock will not increase in the future. And that was important for us to characterize in this operating model as well. So remember, there's 500 different individual lines making up the area. Well, there's like 480 making up the area between the dotted lines. And some of those are actually decreasing throughout the next 20 years as well. And unfortunately, I didn't pick one to show as an example, but you see that green line shows a decrease in future years, for example. But notice that as we get out to about 40, 50 years, that median does begin to stabilize. I know it might not look like it, but it does reach a point where it stabilizes, and that is when what we call equilibrium. Because we're operating at an SPR of 43%, that is constant throughout all that projection period. And if you harvest at a constant rate, you will eventually get to an equilibrium state where the population is mostly stable on average, but can vary across the years. And so that's where what we're seeing with the median is that we're beginning to reach that equilibrium around 2070, 2080. But you're right, good observation is that this model is predicting an increase in, say, the next 20 years in the spawning biomass.
And that's positive, and I'm glad that, that's part of what this MSC process is all about. But maybe you could change that right side axis, x-axis, to be labeled the same as the other, or vice versa, and then there won't be that confusion.
Okay. Yeah, and noting if I did increase the fishing intensity, say an SPR of 30%, then the black line would probably decrease, I imagine, because that would be a higher amount of fishing affecting the spawning biomass. So it is related to fishing intensity, that increase as well. Anything else on this slide, or shall we move on?
I think it's good to move on. Thanks for folks' questions.
Excellent. So that's a really brief review of the framework. If you would like more information on the operating models, I urge you to look at the SRB presentations and documents. We go into much more technical detail with the SRB, but here we're just given the background of the operating model and that uncertainty or variability in the operating model that is being used for this framework. Related to uncertainty and variability is what we've been calling implementation variability. And this is really the different points in the annual or the process of mortality that has variability to it. And maybe this figure will help to identify that more clearly. So this is the sort of annual simulated process of the population and quota or TCY setting by the Commission. And you see on the left, we have an operating model which models the population and the fisheries. And we note that operating model as things we cannot or choose not to control. We can't control the amount of recruitment coming in, for example, or how many fish decide to migrate from here to there. If we could, that would be amazing. And then on the right is the management procedure, and those are the things we can control. How much we monitor the stock, what data we're collecting, how the assessment is run, or how often the assessment is run. And then the different aspects of the harvest rules, such as SPR, fishing intensity, the control rule, size limits, distribution, etc. And what happens in this process is the Commission makes the assessment and is presented to the Commission with a specific harvest policy or management procedure. And that out of that management procedure comes a TCY for each individual regulatory area. And this is what you might see in the mortality projection tool, for example. The Commission then makes a decision which may deviate from what I'm calling the MP mortality, the management procedure mortality. And the Commission adopts a specific mortality, and that might shift TCY from between different regulatory areas, for example. But it could be different than the management procedure. So the fisheries then operate on adopted limits, mortality limits. But the fishery, as good as they are, and I do admit the fishery can get really close to those adopted minutes without going over, in fact. But they do often not match those adopted limits exactly. Sometimes they might go a little over, sometimes they might be a little under. And that is what is called actual mortality. And then there's estimated mortality, and that is the process of estimating how much mortality occurred during the monitoring process. So now taking these different mortality types, MP, adopted, estimated, and actual, we've identified different types of implementation variability. And all this is saying is the variability that occurs moving between these different mortality types. So moving from MP mortality, that determined from a management procedure, and what's actually adopted is called decision-making mortality, or decision-making variability. And then we have realized implementation variability. And that is the difference between what the fishing actually occurs compared to what the adopted limit was. And then there's perceived, and that includes that estimation error, difference between actual and estimated fishing mortality. So what we were asked to focus on in this program of work was decision-making variability, which had not been put into the framework in the past. So decision-making variability is new to this process. And what you can see is this occurs, I've shown here the harvest strategy policy with the management procedure showing scale and TCY distribution, as we've been investigating in the past, and then also showing that there's this decision-making process by the Commission. And the way the Commission has been operating in recent years is thinking about the scale and distribution components. And in fact, I think it's in the last 3 years, is that right, Ian? The last 3 years, they've chosen to the actual coast-wide scale SPR rate. They've chosen that coast-wide scale TCY, and then they've opted to distribute it differently. So we've decided to incorporate those two components, scale and TCY distribution, and are thinking of decision-making variability as 2 steps within a process. And those steps are a deviation from a coast-wide scale, so deviation from the coast-wide TCY, and then deviations from that 032 stock distribution or the distribution procedure that's identified with relative harvest rates, etc. So the commission may deviate the coastwide scale and also move TCY between the regulatory areas. So we're just thinking about it and separating those two processes in the decision-making process. So let's take a look at what we've seen historically in terms of an adopted TCY compared to the management procedure TCY. And the way we've approached this is to think about it as a multiplier. So I'll throw in the equation down there on the bottom showing that there's the MP TCY without anything over the top of it. And there's just simply some multiplier value that results in the adopted TCY. And then what you see in the plot on the right is what those multipliers would be for different years in areas that did not have an agreement in place. So 2A and 2B recent years are not included in this plot. And what it shows, so I'll use 2A as an example. It shows that the difference between the adopted TCY in 2A and the management procedure in 2A in that year was typically the adopted TCY was greater than the management procedure by about 1.1 times to over 2 times greater than what the management procedure suggested. And so you can read across for all the different regulatory areas, and then that last column is coastwide, or all areas combined. And it shows that in these years, the coastwide TCY was slightly greater quite often, except in the most recent years, the red and orange plots. You can see it's pretty much right on the one line. So the adopted coastwide TCY was set the same as the MP coastwide TCY. So that's a bit of a long-winded explanation, basically describing to you how we went about in parameterizing variability, or how are we going to model this decision-making variability. And we use the past to parameterize that. And I see we have a question from Dan.
Yeah, Alan, thanks for that. This is an interesting plot to me. But as you were describing earlier, there's kind of two factors that are operating here. One is when the commission has exceeded the coastwide TCEY, and one is when they've redistributed it. And in this plot, those aren't separated out at all. And I was just wondering if you had ever looked at, perhaps adding, one more dot on here, which would be, years when the coastwide TCEY was different, as a way of being able to try and show how those two may be operating together on here.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to we thought about that a little bit, and I totally agree with you that in past years, the coastwide TCY and the individual area decisions were probably linked in some way. However, in recent years, as the commission has become more, has more used this coastwide scale and the distribution procedures, they have been operating more separately. They have been separating the scale and the distribution more clearly in their decision-making process. And that is why we've decided in the projections to maintain that separation. But it would be an interesting exercise to look at the relationship of how they distributed the TCY and how that had an effect on the deviation from the coastwide TCY as well. But we chose to not do that in this round anyways, because it is complicated and would require a lot more analysis to get that into the MSC framework in a way that was modeled recently.
Thanks for that quick follow-up, though. So then, if I'm understanding correctly, well, maybe you can explain to me, when you look at your decision-making variability and you've got, I think, 2 or 3 different levels of it that you've modeled, do those assume scale is going to be, now that they've adopted the F43 harvest policy, do they assume that scale will have less decision-making variability than the inter-area one? Or how did you factor in the fact that now that we have an adopted coastwide harvest policy, there may be less decision-making variability on the coastwide scale? And when you were laying out your options for how much decision-making variability to look at?
Yeah, great questions. And I think in a slide or two, we'll discuss more about the options in the framework. But basically,
You can hold the question for then if you want.
no, it's fine. I think the first thing to remember here is from the beginning of this, and especially after discussions with the SRB and during the information session, we weren't trying to model decision-making variability exactly as it would happen in the future, has happened last year, or has happened in the past, because it's variability. There's a lot of uncertainty in it, and we don't know how it might happen in the future, which is why then we've opted to present 3 different types of decision-making variability, where one of them is no decision-making variability at all. And the key point here is to try to understand, does decision-making variability have a big influence on the ranking of management procedures? And is it something that we should be really aware of? It's important to understand its effects, but I'd say it's impossible to model it exactly as what would happen in the future, or even model it exactly as what happened in the past 8 years. So think about decision-making variability from that point of view. It's more, do we have a reasonable look at potential uncertainty in the future of how decisions will be made? Or is this not capturing what could have been done in the future, and would that have an effect on the management procedures? Given that, in a slide or two, we'll justify the choices that we made. And Tom?
Yeah, I guess I'm.
You may have cut out there, Tom. Heard you for a second. Still not hearing you, Tom. Check your mic on this.
Just some bad. Do you hear me now?
Yes, I think that's you, Tom.
My concern of this chart, and it has to do with some historical background. If you look at the dark blue dots, which is like 12, 14, 15, 16, those were in previous years prior to the implementation of the hook competition and the time-space model that occurred about 16, 17. And that definitely skews that graph. You know, and the PFMC in 2012 really took severe measures to cut bycatch of our trawl fleet and cut their IBQ in half to stop bycatch and discard mortality. You know, so I mean, we took some strong management measures, and that's why we got a little bit more than quote what we deserve by assessments, because we've taken such strong management measures to control our trawl fleet and cut bycatch. And you know, I'm still bothered by, as soon as they put in the hook competition and you know the time-space model, immediately, whether it's right or wrong or whether you agree or don't agree, it shifted a lot of fish from 2 back up to region 3. And you know, we've been told we don't have standing to challenge that or even question it, because that's just the science. But that had a pretty dramatic effect, and that's that's part of why I think this chart is somewhat biased, and it doesn't explain some of that. So anyway, that's just my personal feelings.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And you know, I would like to I do agree, you know, with the concept that this might not be representative of what could happen with decision-making variability in the future, and that is one reason why we use this as an example of what has happened in the past, and we use it to parameterize what might happen in the future. But we're also cognizant that decision-making in, say, even the past 3 years has been very different than it was prior to 3 years ago. So, yeah, the point very well taken. What the reasons are for differences in 2014, 15, and 2021, you know, we didn't look into that specifically, but we just tried to characterize what has been seen in the past. And hopefully the methods we use to model it, and then the options we provide to examine these management procedures is helpful and can be used to understand the importance and the effect of decision-making variability. Chris, you have your hand up? Or should we have a follow-up from Tom if you wanted to follow up on that right away?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Chris? I'm not hearing you yet. Oh, there you go. Maybe now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling with this graph. I'm struggling with the fact that the areas in the years where there was an agreement have been excluded. Are they included in the coastwide in the all calculation? Is that data included in the all calculation?
Yes, because those years are included there, yes.
So we've got kind of a bit of an apples to oranges here. And the other thing, I guess, what I'm worried, it seems like this might be inflating the decision-making variability. And for example, does the fact that there was an agreement in 2A and 2B, did that affect decision-making in other areas? So, and I would argue, having been at some annual meetings, that I think it did. So I'm just concerned about when we exclude it, we're actually, at least on the, if it's not coastwide, if it's included coastwide, we're inflating the decision-making variability at the area level.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I would agree with you completely on that. I think the decisions made in every year are dependent on what was available in that year. And that every year shown in this plot has different reasons for the decisions made. And the agreement certainly had an effect on the decision-making variability, especially for 2A and 2B, which is why they're excluded in showing this as a multiplier. That being said, we can't say what's exactly going to happen in the future. Whether or not agreements will be in place, we do not know. Whether or not decisions will be made. And so we're simply using this to guide us as a reasonable range of uncertainty that could encompass decision-making variability. We don't want to say this is how it's going to occur in the future. We just want to say, what might these management procedures look like in some sort of decision-making variability? And then when we look at the MSA Explorer, we'll have the option of looking at no decision-making variability to see if there's any real big difference to the management procedures. If that pops out, then we might want to be aware and have further look at decision-making variability.
Tom, did you have a follow-up? You see your hand is still up.
I think it may be helpful to move on. That might be a latent hand from
Yeah,
Tom.
I think it's okay to move on. I'm sure we'll have more to talk about this afterwards. And your last point, Alan, I think is worthy of emphasis though too. That really, while folks may have different perspectives on the utility of that specific way of defining implementation variability, the real next step though is first to look at the consequence of no decision variability, compare it to the consequence of this level of decision variability, and see if it actually makes any difference at all in MP performance. If it does, then we can dig into it further.
Right, and I think the other key aspect there, Adam, is that we don't know what decision-making variability will look like in the future. We don't even know what it'll look like next year. And so we have to model some range of uncertainty, and this was one way to get at a potential range of uncertainty. We could argue about limits and stuff like that, but I don't think that's useful at this point in time unless we're directed in the future to continue looking at it. So I'll move on to the coastwide scale. And the concept here is looking at that previous plot. In some years, the multiplier is above 1, meaning that the coastwide TCY, adopted TCY, was set above the MP coastwide TCY. And another concept that we've introduced here is that as the management procedure suggests a larger coast-wide TCY, the decision-making variability might not tend to increase the adopted coast-wide TCY. So, in other words, as the TCY is larger, there's likely to be enough to go around and satisfy everybody that the commission would not deviate in their adoption very, very much from the management procedure TCY. So to model that, what you may notice here, we have the adopted coast-wide TCY on the vertical left axis there, and then the MP coast-wide TCY with the one-to-one line shown in black. So that means the commission would adopt the coast-wide MP if it was on the black line. As the management procedure suggests a smaller coast-wide TCY, the commission may be more likely to adopt a TCY higher than that. And so that's all that we've done in modeling it here is shown with the red line and then the uncertainty about that red line. So as the management procedure coast-wide TCY is smaller, the commission may adopt a higher one, but as it gets larger, it's more centered on the actual management procedure coast-wide TCY. And again, we don't have a lot of observations or data to inform what might happen in the future. So we've made some assumptions here where those lines meet at 80 million pounds, and then the red line is then matching the black line, 80 and above, with some variability. So that would be one option for the coastwide. At the regulatory area level and the decision, the distribution variability associated with decision making is a bit more complex. And using the plot that we were discussing earlier, we've parameterized the variability for each individual regulatory area when there is no agreement. And that's 2 of the 5 distribution procedures actually have no agreements in them. And we've used those 2014 to 2019 observations and introduced the variability as shown in these plots for each individual regulatory area. And you see that some regulatory areas have a lot of variability but don't deviate much from 1 on its median, whereas other areas like 2A and 2B may deviate quite a bit from 1 at lower TCY values. But as that TCY gets higher, these areas are likely to be more satisfied with what they're getting, and the variability may not deviate. The multiplier may not deviate from 1, meaning the adopted value is closer to the MP value. And so all of these go to have a multiplier centered on 1 as the TCY goes higher. And that's just a way of saying there's probably less decision-making variability when the TCY is high, and there's more variability when the TCY is low. So when there are distribution procedures with the agreements for 2A and 2B, which is 3 of the 5 distribution procedures, we model 2C through 4B as those plots on the previous slide. And then 2A and 2B do not deviate from their agreement. They get what the agreement exactly is. So there is no decision-making variability for 2A and 2B. But the other areas may deviate. So when you look at the actual TCY, when there's distribution only variability, so the coastwide scale is set at the MP value, when there's that distribution decision-making variability, this is what the TCYs for each individual regulatory area may look like for different values of the input TCY. And it's just to give a guide to show you the amount of variability that you might expect due to the decision-making process. And actually, when I look at it this way, I see the variability is not as big as one might think looking at the previous plots, which is why we decided to show this. You know, there is quite a range in there, but it is useful to look at this that, you know, there's no all areas are increasing across the TCY, and there's a high chance that they're in accordance with the TCY that's being set or adopted. So I mentioned that there's 3 options for decision-making variability, and one of those options is no decision-making variability. The second option is, and this is called option 1, just to confuse you all, is the coast-wide is adopted. The coast-wide adopted TCY is set at what the management procedure suggests. So there's no variability on the coast-wide TCY, but there is variability among the distribution. So the distribution procedure, there's variability added to that, how the TCY is distributed based on what I've shown you in the previous slides. And we're assuming that option 1 here is what is status quo, meaning the commission has accepted the coast-wide TCY as the input SPR and the management procedure coast-wide TCY associated with that, but they have changed the distribution to accommodate different socioeconomic factors. We wanted to also introduce the third option where the coast-wide TCY and the distribution are both subject to variability. And the way that we implement that is we have the coast-wide TCY has variability, and that produces an adopted coast-wide TCY, which is then distributed and has variability associated with the distribution. So really here we have 3 options. No decision-making variability, one where it only operates on how the TCY is distributed, and one operates on both the coast-wide scale and the distribution components. And you can choose those 3 options in the Explorer in the decision variability box, showing none, option 1, and option 2. So that's it for decision-making variability, and I see that I have a raised hand from Dan.
Yeah, no, thanks for walking us through those slides. I found that helpful, and I like the 3 options you have. I'm just trying to get my mind a little bit around about how much variability each one of them adds. So looking at option 1, coast-wide is adopted TCY is set at the MP. Versus option 2, just look at the coast-wide scale. Could you back up to slide, say, I think it was 13 or 14, that one. So if I understand this slide correctly, for example, a 40 million pound coast-wide TCEY, it looks like, the red dot's at 40 and the gray line is at 36. So call it a 10% variability in decision-making over what the gray line is versus what the modeled median. So then, am I correct in understanding that the way you program them into the model is that you could randomly choose 0 to roughly 10%, and it's biased upwards if you choose to model coast-wide decision-making variability at the coast-wide scale?
Yes, I think that's a good interpretation, and that is based off of this plot. Is we used that rightmost distribution, which has a multiplier of about 1.1, 1.2 as an average multiplier there. We used that to basically parameterize around that 40 million TCY. So that this plot around 40 million pounds is what we have seen approximately in the last 8 or so years. So we used it to characterize that, and then just connected lines from 0 to 80 to fill in the rest of this plot. But that is a good characterization, about 40 million pounds. The adopted TCY could be, on average, about 10% higher than what the MP suggests.
And if you go to thank you. If you go to the next slide that looks at it on the area one, I can see how the different areas are, but I guess I'm looking at those. Just for example, let's look at 4C, D, and E around 40 million pounds again. And looking at the 75% shoulders, I think that's about 25% above and, maybe 10% below. So I guess that one does have an upward bias as well. And that's kind of the range that's working. I guess what I'm trying to then look at 2C and 3A, they seem, I guess 3A seems fairly symmetrical about up and down. I guess I'm trying to understand whether or not which areas have a directional bias built into them, which ones are pretty much uniform around the one axis.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. This plot is really difficult to interpret because there's correlation between all of these individual regulatory areas, and that correlation is being modeled. So what happens is, given a fixed coastwide scale, if one of the, and then the distribution, you're thinking about the distribution as proportions now of that coastwide scale. And so as you increase the proportions, they go on to 2C, you're going to have to decrease proportions in other areas. And those correlations are in fact. And so you can't look at these individually on their own, but say a large increase in 2C might result in the lower end of 4C, D, and E on the green bar, something like that. And so when this is modeled, these multipliers are randomly chosen from a multivariate normal distribution, which is all correlated in there, and then it's re-standardized to make sure that that coastwide scale is maintained. So it's really better to look at this plot and try to understand, given a TCY of 40 million pounds again, what is the range of potential TCYs going to 4C, D, and E? And those correlations were just really difficult to portray and plot here. We did have that discussion with the SRB, and I think one of the recommendations was to use the methods described here in that framework.
Okay, well, I'm glad you had that discussion with the SRB. That makes sense. But I mean, so then when I toggle on option 3 of, the decision-making variability, what you're saying, well, say I toggle on option 2, it's going to set the coastwide at 0 decision-making variability, and then it's going to basically put in some multiplier for each area that's correlated across the areas and is pretty much defined then. And that would be the same set of multipliers that would be in option 2 as well when you for each area.
Yes.
Okay.
But those multipliers across the different areas are random variables as well. So each simulation has a different set of multipliers. Actually each year that's simulated has a different set of multipliers, and they're not correlated across years. So I think you're seeing how complex this can get and how complex decision making is. It would be a 2-year project to investigate this and come up with some really cool ways to do it. We didn't have that much time, so we decided to implement it this way as a way to just sort of see what the effects of decision-making variability.
I just want to see the logic of it, and then I harken back to what Adam said earlier. The next step is to see whether it makes any damn difference at all.
Yeah.
And you can decide how far to drill into it. So thanks.
Yeah, and I think you'll see that it makes a small amount of difference, but other sources of variability are the real key. Okay, anything else before I move on to estimation error? Go ahead, Adam.
I fear of flogging a dead horse. I think I just build on that last point. Dan did a really good job at articulating what those 2 different types of implementation variability are. At least I felt like I followed along better than when I've read the paper before. For me, it just reiterates the main point about first, let's see what no implementation variability means, then compare it relative performance of MPs in those 2 different scenarios. And if we do see a real appreciable difference, we'd need to drill into it. I'm flagging that I think when we get to that point, then we're probably going to have to open up a bigger can of worms about whether or not we need to refine the characterization of implementation variability. I think right now it's more than enough, given how complex it is, to say it's 20 and 30%, depending on the approach we take, and not spend too much time digging into the how from these previous slides. At least those are my initial thoughts, at least in the interest of time.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think that's really good, and we can investigate that tomorrow, the effects of decision-making variability. So with that, I'll move on in the interest of time and to keep the ball rolling here. And the next framework item was estimation error, and this was to develop more realistic simulations of estimation error. And I put two SRB recommendations or recommendation and requests from different meetings there to show you that it's complex, and we've received slightly different advice from the SRB, but fortunately at SRB 21, we've had discussions with the SRB, and we're all on the same page about how best to include estimation error. And the SRB felt, given what we are doing in the discussions, I don't think they put anything in the report on this, but in the discussions we've had with them, they felt that it's being modeled currently in the best way, given other constraints that we might have in the simulation process. But noting that, I just wanted to explain the SRB 20 request, which we did have quite a bit of discussion with the SRB, and to not use estimation error, but to integrate a simpler assessment modeling approach into the management procedure via tuning. This was the SRB was slightly on a different track than what we were talking about here as estimation error. We've had that discussion with them. And in fact, the SRB was talking more about an empirical approach rather than a full assessment approach. Introducing a simpler model or even just the survey data into setting the TCY, which is something that we'll talk about in the multi-year assessment management procedures. So with that, we have three methods implemented for estimation error in the framework, but we decided not to use the third method. Not a lot of work has been done on that in the last couple of years. And the assessment's always being improved. And we felt that the second method here, the simulated estimation error, is capturing that error well enough for us to make and understand the effects of estimation error on the management procedures. And so what we've presented this round are just no estimation error and then simulated estimation error to give you an idea of what might happen to a management procedure if there was estimation error, or two is really what is more realistic. So when we look at these management procedures, the no estimation error isn't an option we should be looking at as let's go for that. No estimation error is just, again, a way to understand how these management procedures are affected by estimation error. But when we evaluate the management procedures for recommendations, it's really the simulated estimation error that we must use. It's just a matter of, it's more of a scientific question of understanding what the effect of estimation error is. So when you look at the MSE Explorer, you'll see estimation error, none, and sim, and you should be mainly focusing on the simulated estimation error. So another concept we've talked about in terms of uncertainty in the management strategy evaluation are scenarios. And so we talked about that projection plot quite a bit and the uncertainty around that projections, how much uncertainty is being incorporated in that. But remember, there's still a lot of assumptions in the operating model, such as selectivity is changing over time, but it's not changing in one direction, say towards smaller Pacific halibut or large Pacific halibut. And so we can define different scenarios or what ifs. What if this happens in the future? What if weighted age is always low, or what if weighted age is always high? What might that look like? Some of these scenarios might be realistic scenarios. A scenario of always high weighted age is probably not as realistic. But a scenario such as targeting small specific halibut could easily happen, especially if a size limit was removed, or they could target large Pacific halibut. So those might be alternative things we think about modeling to understand their effect on the management procedures as well. And then I note that we have variability in the migration rates, but we don't have any specific scenarios related to migration. And that was backed up by the SRB. They noted that there's enough variability, and we don't want to introduce these migration scenarios that are not realistic, like there's no migration throughout the entire stock. So we do not actually have any migration-specific scenarios and are instead relying on the uncertainty included in the operating model. And just to show you that variability, here's some plots with the 4 different operating models and the actual proportion of fish at age migrating from 3 to 2 and then from 4 to 3. And you can see that there's a lot of variability for each of the operating models, and there's a lot of uncertainty between the operating models. So it is capturing quite a range of potential migration scenarios just within the 4 operating models. And the migration is associated with low and high PDO periods, so they change according to those environmental conditions. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks. How does these new assumptions here, or this about migration, how does that compare to what we were using before with respect to movement? And the old model, I guess, or I was just looked back at one of the 2020 papers, MSAB017. Just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly.
Yeah, yes, thanks, Chris. I can't remember if I presented that at the info session or not. It was presented to the SRB, maybe at SRB 20, but it's a good question. And the first thing is there was only one single individual model in the operating model, and that was most consistent with what is called MED-AAF, which is a medium term, or starting at the medium historical term, and the areas as fleets, most similar to that stock assessment model. So we didn't have that structural uncertainty in the past. So we had just one of the colors in these plots. Another difference is in the previous operating model, we attempted to model fish moving from area 2 back into 3. And that was deviating from what data have shown us by a considerable amount, and was a bit of a concern to some people that there was a high amount of movement from 2 back into 3. And part of the problem was when we were conditioning that model then, we were having difficulty matching the assessment without having that movement back. I can't exactly explain why, but we did a lot of work this time and fixed movement from 2 to 3 at what data have shown us to be that movement, which is a small amount of movement, not a lot, from 2 to 3, but some movement. And we were able to fix that and then also get decent conditioning to the operating models, to all the data sources, with just movement being estimated for these 2 regions. Other than that, the movement now, these migration rates are much improved in terms of matching what the data have shown us. And by data, I mean all the past movement studies, pit tag data, pit tag studies, and all the different studies that have been done in the past on potential movement between these regions. And these migration rates now are much more similar to what we would have expected to see. They do deviate. Some of those migration rates are high, noting from 3 to 2 is like 0.6, but it has more variability for sure, but it's much more similar to the observations we had. Chris, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just thank you for that. So just looking at, like you say, it's in some cases in 3 to 2, the probability is high. There's the variability. I'm just looking at that past graph. Like in that past one, if I'm reading it correctly, the percentage of moving was a lot smaller. It looks to me like it was around from 3 to 2, around 10%. Am I reading? I'm just trying to get a sense. Like, is this saying the assumption now we're saying there's more migration or more movement than what was in the past? What was in the past operating model?
Yeah, I'll have to remember. I thought there was quite a bit of movement from 3 to 2, but I don't remember exactly. I'll have a look at that and get back to you, Chris, instead of trying to look that up right now, if that's okay. I think there might be a presentation to the SRB that did that direct comparison. But I know that the movement rates, because movement from 2 back into 3 is now muted or much less, that these movement rates are different to compensate for that. But as I said, they're much closer to matching the data and are much more consistent with the observations we have in all of these operating models compared to the previous one. So I'll follow up on that and see if I have a couple slides showing that more direct comparison. Okay. This looks like Anne Marie wants to enter. Should I just allow that? Oh, yep. Okay, so that's the end of this presentation. And so related to the MSE framework, some potential recommendations are, what are additional improvements or additions to the framework that could be done in 2023 and beyond? What are some additional scenarios that may be considered in the future? Such as, what are other sources of uncertainty that MSAB members are interested in? And then this final note is something that I mentioned earlier, is that note that any future agreements of the Commission related to harvest policy can be tested using this framework and used to focus further evaluations. So if there are any decisions made in 2023 by the Commission related to harvest policy, we can easily test those, see how they perform related to our objectives, and then maybe even guide further evaluations. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Any questions from folks or anything else to add? Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, just an observation is, I guess at this stage, I'm not really ready to make a recommendation on additional improvements until we kind of go through the model results. And initially, there's a couple on the list that that were identified by the SRB and Alan that relate to size limits, such as looking at more scenarios where the fleet just targets small halibut, or the fleet just targets big halibut, trying to drill into what the cost of the price difference between small and large halibut would be, and the economic effects, and some uncertainty there. And we could spend some more time drilling into those to try and get a little bit better glimpse, depending on how sensitive the results are to that and how much interest there is on the commissioners of really pursuing a change in size limits. And so I would just kind of highlight that if there's a lot of interest in pursuing size limits additionally, we probably would circle back here and list some of those out. But I need to see the results first. So put a pin in this one, okay?
I think that's a very concise summary there, Dan. While others are reflecting on those two specific recommendations, I will highlight the I guess kind of a couple of points we've gone through this afternoon. So recalling that most of our discussion around implementation variability was focused on how exactly implementation variability would be quantified. A key point being that first let's see whether or not implementation variability really matters in terms of the relative ranking of MPs. And if so, then we can dig into the means to quantify that implementation variability. In terms of estimation variability, it's that one's a little more baked in, and I don't think a whole lot more to really offer in terms of comments for the framework. Given those two observations on variability, which I think very briefly summarize our comments this afternoon, I'm also of the opinion, like Dan had said, that I think we probably don't have much to say right now in terms of additional scenarios or additional improvements for a couple of reasons. One, we probably need more discussion on the actual evaluation of results, because that's undoubtedly going to bring up other questions. And two, historically, the MSAB has not strayed too far into the weeds on some of the really technical, the science aspects of the simulation framework. So those are my initial thoughts on those recommendations. Nothing right now, but let's see where we're at in the next day or two. I see Dan's hand. To go back to Dan for a follow-up there, and then I would like to encourage others who have not yet spoken up to at least check their mics are still working.
Yeah, and I'm just following up on your decision-making variability comment. I agree with that. That, you know, something to put on the tickler list is to see if we want to mention we appreciate how complex the decision-making variability calculations are, and appreciate the SRB for having vetted them in our comments there. In other words, I think you're right that the SRB has drilled into these things. They've kind of said this is probably an appropriate way to do it off the start, and that means that we don't have to get into the technical weeds unless we find that they are really having significant results, and then we might circle back to it.
And I think there'll be much more interaction as we do get into the results. So I'm not worried if too many people aren't talking or speaking up now. But in the future, especially maybe Thursday morning, we might do a round robin where everybody sort of gets to say where they're at on the results and everything else. At least to test microphones. With that, should we move on to the objectives presentation? I think I can get through that one pretty quick, and then have a brief intro to the MSE Explorer, and that's all that we need to get through today.
I think that sounds like a good plan. Save pulling teeth for the dentist.
Which I had a dentist appointment this morning, so. Okay, it was just noted to me by our excellent communications person here that we have a few new people that weren't in the introductions are now online, and just want to welcome Angel. Pear is online, and congratulations to Angel on her appointment to the council. Then I saw Angus at one point. I'm not sure if he's, yep, Angus is still on there. And I've seen, Robert was coming and going throughout the meeting as well. So, yeah, thanks to everybody for sticking in there on this first day, and it's really good to see you. So, I'd like to go through this presentation quickly. This is mainly background, and there's one component in there that I think the MSAB might want to consider. This was brought up at the info session, so this is something that most members will recall. This is mostly for review, since the commission has already made decisions on the primary goals and objectives and the performance metrics. It's always good to review this. So as a reminder, the management strategy evaluation, the way that we see it is this process here of defining goals and objectives, defining management procedures, and then testing them through simulation and evaluating them in the hopes to apply them into practice. And this is an iterative process going around this whole circle, but also in between the steps. So we're sort of stepping back here, just reminding ourselves what goals and objectives are, and making sure that we're good with those goals and objectives. So here is where metrics and statistics, which I'll have some more definitions on, fit in. So goals and objectives are defined up there But then the goals and objectives are used to develop metrics and statistics, which are then used in the evaluation. So hopefully that helps try to understand where metrics and statistics come out in this process. So really what we've been operating under are two primary goals and objectives. And the first primary goal is biological sustainability, or sometimes it's been referred to as conservation goals. And then the second is to optimize directed fishing opportunities. So those are the two primary goals, but within those goals are multiple objectives. And under biological sustainability is basically to keep biomass above a limit to avoid critical stock sizes. And this occurs both at the coast-wide and region levels. And then under optimized directed fishing opportunities, there's a number of objectives at the coast-wide as well as at the regulatory area level. And sometimes even, well, I don't think we've defined any for specific sectors, but they are to the regulatory area level. The first objective is maintaining spawning biomass around a level that optimizes fishing activities. And this is under directed fishing opportunities because this is more like a MSY, or maximum sustainable yield, or maximum economic yield concept, where you're holding that spawning biomass at a level that maximizes opportunity. The second one is limiting variability in those mortality limits, and the third one is providing directed fishing. And there's definitely more specifics to these, which we'll walk through. Before we get too far, I wanted to give a little bit of background on metrics and statistics in the MSC. We had a little bit of thought about what these mean, and we've tried to stay consistent with how the MSAB has defined a lot of these in the past. But I think it's important now to sort of review where the MSAB has been, what decisions have been made in the past, and what these different definitions are. So the first thing I note is metric and statistic have been used interchangeably in MSE, not only in the IPHC MSE, but in all MSEs throughout the world. In fact, if you look at the best practices in MSE paper by Andre Pont and others, you'll see that he switches between, or they switch between metric and statistic within that paper. So don't get too confused about, is it a metric or is it a statistic? We would probably use it interchangeably. Given that, I wanted to bring in some more specific definitions so that we have some consistency here at IPHC. So in the past, and this is basically based on MSAB017 Info 1 paper, is a performance metric is a calculated probability with a defined tolerance. So that's basically how we defined it here at IPHC. An example is the probability that spawning biomass is less than 20% must be greater than 5%. And so it has this time period, this defined tolerance, and can be stated as more or less a yes or a no. A statistic of interest is more used to define a calculated metric without that tolerance and can be a value or a probability. And so, for examples are the median average TCY, or an AAV, or the probability that the spawning biomass is greater than 20%. Those are all examples, and we have a lot of different statistics that we're using, statistics of interest. So what we are proposing is some suggested terminology just to get us all on the same page and trying to stay consistent with how the MSAB has been operating in the past. And so in the different colors are the different terms, and then you can see the colors come up into later terms to show you the relationships between these different terms. So we can use a metric or statistics as a general term for any calculated quantity. And then these are almost in a hierarchical order, in fact. We can define a statistic of interest as a calculated metric associated with an objective. And this can be a value or a probability, or, for example, a median, TCY, anything that we mentioned earlier. So a statistic of interest is just basically any metric associated with an objective. And you may note that I might call this a metric as well. So those terms could be used interchangeably. But the key here is the statistic of interest is associated with an objective. Now, a performance metric is then a statistic of interest that has a defined tolerance to it. And these are things like the probability the spawning biomass is less than 20% has a tolerance. It can't be more than 5% or something like that. And when we get into the objectives, you'll see where that tolerance fits in. And then furthermore, a performance standard is the yes or no outcome of a performance metric. So the performance metric can be reported as that probability, but it has a defined tolerance. The performance standard is, did it actually meet that tolerance or not? And so I like the term standard. This hasn't been used by the MSAB, but I like the term standard because it does imply that yes or no outcome of that performance metric. So this is suggested terminology. The MSAB can do with it as they wish, but think about it as a really general metric or statistic. Statistics of interest is associated with an objective, and I chose that term because it's been used by the MSAB in the past. The performance metric is a statistic of interest with a defined tolerance, and then the outcome of that performance metric is the standard. So I'm just going to pause for 1 second here in case there are any questions. And we'll see as we evaluate results, we'll probably be using these terms throughout the so what I wanted to do now is just quickly step through the primary objectives. This isn't something that I want to get into too much discussion about, as it's been accepted by the Commission, and this is what the MSAB, the MSE process has been using over the past years, in fact, in the last evaluation as well. But this is mainly for your reference, where we have primary biological objectives shown here. And one thing I wanted to note is on those region-specific probabilities, those actual probabilities like the 5%, 33%, 10%, 2% were somewhat ad hoc. They were based on recent observations, and they may not represent potential ranges. So as we found in the last evaluation, that probability that the proportion of spawning biomass in 4B is less than 2% was about, it had about a 10% chance, and so it was greater than that tolerance. So that objective was never met by any management procedure. And what we found is that it's almost impossible with the operating model then to meet this objective. And a little foreshadowing, it hasn't changed much with this new operating model. So something to keep in mind, those could be updated. The fishery objective of maintaining the coast-wide spawning biomass above a target at least 50% of the time. This is defined as 36% of the unfished spawning biomass. And of course, being a target, that implies that its tolerant is 50 or 0.5, meaning we might be above the target 50% of the time and below the target 50% of the time, but we're fluctuating around that target. And as a little bit of background, that 36% was determined from a previous analysis of maximum sustainable yield, and it was determined as a reasonable proxy to achieve maximum yield, whether that's economic or sustainable, given uncertainties that were about the health of the population. One of those key uncertainties was uncertainty and steepness, or the reproductive capability of the stock. There's a number of...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Missed that. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. Just on this target, so basically, this is a target. We're trying to hit it. We're trying to be below it or above it at least 50% of the time. So we want to be as close to this. We want our tolerance to be close to 50%, right?
Yeah, I think the way to characterize it as the performance metric that we calculate is as close to 50%. As the closer to 50%, the more we meet this objective. And that has relation to the performance metric, which is that metric shown in the middle of the table.
Well, is it as, I guess I'm getting confused then, because I think if we're saying, you said the closer we get to it, the more we meet the objective. That's more treating it almost like a threshold. I think it's more about, we want to hit this thing. We want to have, if it's a target, don't we want to have the management procedure tuned to achieve this 50% of the time?
Yes, that is, yeah, that's certainly true. This, we can tune the management procedure to hit this target. And I think we were saying it in different ways, is this is an objective. Yeah, you can look at it as did we meet the objective? Is the performance metric 0.5 or not? But you can also say, well, we chose a management procedure that did not exceed this tolerance because of other factors as well, because of variability, for example, in the TCUI. And this is the trade-offs between these performance metrics that we will evaluate. We might not be able to maximize yield because of the trade-off with variability in the yield, for example.
Yeah, I know you don't want to get in the weeds on this discussion, but I'm not sure I'd agree with that second part of yours, in that that's treating it more like a threshold, like we're getting closer and closer to it. And if we don't achieve it, well, that's okay. Then it's not really an objective. If it's an objective to target this thing 50% of the time, then that's the objective. Now, I know, like, you don't want to get in the weeds on this, but I've just been thinking about this one a lot, having looked at it again and sort of saying, are we really meeting this objective? Anyway, I just want to make sure I understood it.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a great conversation, Chris, because I think we have multiple objectives, and can we expect to meet all of the objectives simultaneously? No, I think that's an impossibility. So sometimes we have to evaluate the trade-offs between the objectives, and we may not meet objectives, but we may be below that objective, for example. And the classic example is, you might have an objective to maximize yield, and you might have an objective to minimize variability. You'll never meet those two objectives simultaneously. So you have to evaluate the trade-offs and compromise on them.
Okay, but when like, just looking at the limit reference point, our conservation objectives, and our target, I mean, wouldn't that be some of the primary objectives in terms of, we want to make sure we're above that limit reference point, and we want to keep the biomass at this target? This is our I'm just thinking in terms of, for example, if let's say we had an eco certification that said, look, are you meeting your target? What's your plan for meeting your target? I guess I'm struggling with it. We're saying we have this target, but we don't really care whether we meet it or not. What's the point of having the target?
I completely agree with you. And what we've done in the past is we've shown that we can harvest at higher fishing intensities to meet this target. And the expense of that was higher variation from year to year in the TCUI. A little bit more foreshadowing is, in the MSC Explorer, we have some runs with an SPR 40%, which gets really close to meeting this objective. But the variability in the TCUI goes up into the 20% range. It gets quite high. And so you could expect, on average, the TCUI changing about 23% every year from year to year. And so it's the balance of these objectives. Even if we had the conservation objective of 20%, and we cannot go below 20% more than 5% of the time, and we had this objective to meet this target, and those are the only two objectives, we could do that quite easily with Pacific halibut. But for some species, you wouldn't even be able to do those, because meeting their target in their fishery might actually also introduce considerable risks to the stock as well.
But then doesn't that mean that their target needs to be adjusted, that it's not feasible in that case?
It doesn't. It could mean that one objective could be may need to be adjusted, but it could also mean that you are deciding to operate more conservatively than your target suggests because of other objectives. And in that case, then it does become a threshold, I guess.
Okay, I'm not sure I agree with that. I want to prolong this discussion. We'll have it, I'm sure, at another point and some other point in the future. But okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's great. I think it's worthwhile to discuss, and maybe the commission can consider changing target or not, or how they might consider meeting this objective along with other objectives. Thanks, Chris. Anne Marie?
This particular performance review, this means that
Can't hear you yet, Anne Marie.
I can hear her, but she was really, really quiet.
Oh. Maybe your microphone is turned down.
Yeah, and where you may have the wrong microphone selected. It's like it's very, very quietly.
into the chat.
Barely hear a little bit there, but sometimes I'm admitting my ignorance. Sometimes I leave my headphones plugged into my computer, and it tries to use that as a microphone when I'm not using the headphones. I'm far away from them.
Maybe, Anne-Marie, you could send me a written note, and I can try to speak for you if you can't get your mic sorted out. Or it looks like maybe just leave the meeting. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I think it is your time. Let's continue on to the other objectives, other slides, and then Maria can speak to her point if she wants to send me a note.
Okay. Okay, so then there are also fishery objectives related to stability, and I note that there's two different types of metrics presented here. There's the AC, which is called annual change, and it's basically AC is the absolute annual change, percent change from year to year in the TCY. So if the TCY is 100 in 1 year and then 200 in the next year, that'd simply just be double or 200%, 200 divided by 100. And the actual calculation is a probability that the AC is greater than 15% in any 3 years out of 10. So that, and then the alternative way of looking at this, and the more classic way in MSE, is through the average annual variability. And that's just simply the average variability in the TCY over time, over a 10-year period. And these objectives are defined both at the coastwide and the regulatory area level. I'm watching the chat to see if Anne Marie's question comes up. Then the third primary objective under fishery, the fishery goal, is to optimize average coastwide TCY, optimize it among regulatory areas, the percentage among those regulatory areas, and then maintain minimums, and then maintain a percentage of coastwide TCY. And I note that there have been no definition specific to these, other than just a metric, and no tolerance, of course, because we don't know what those optimized actually means. But it's useful to have these objectives to compare across the management procedures. And if one management procedure performs similarly across other objectives, we can use this objective to then optimize or find the management procedure that produces the optimal TCY across regulatory areas or on a coastwide scale. So you think of these as statistics of interest. So I see Anne Marie's typing. I'm not forgetting that, but I want to keep moving on so that I have time to introduce you to the MSE Explorer. But this is something that the MSAB brought up many meetings ago, and that was another goal. They had another goal on the table that I can't remember if it's the U.S. or Canadian way of tabling it, putting it aside for a while. And that is to minimize discard mortality in the directed commercial fishery. So now we are investigating size limits. This objective or goal may become important. And the MSE actually is calculating discard mortality in a reasonable way so that it would actually be a meaningful metric. So this is something that the MSAB and the Commission should consider. Regardless if it's a primary goal and objective, performance metrics are available for discard mortality, and we can examine those in the MSE Explorer. I'll get to you in a second here, Chuck. Just one last final thing is in the past, the MSAB has defined two objectives, one to minimize directed commercial fishery discard and mortality, and to maintain the directed commercial fishery discard mortality less than 10% of the annual mortality. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yes, thank you, Alan. I don't know if I should speak on this since I'm basically a boat recreational angler, but I'm just wondering regarding this maintaining the commercial fishery discard mortality at less than 10% of the annual mortality rate. Are we not getting into the same scenario as we're discussing as directed fisheries regarding non-directed fisheries at what is a realistic aim in reducing these mortalities, when really you're sitting, if I have my figures correct, we're at about 2.88% for the discard mortality rate as it is, and yet we've got a goal of 10%, which is not, well, we'll say 3 times the annual mortality limit that is being set now for the way you estimate, which is 16% of 18% or 18% of 16% of the commercial retained fish weight. So I just, that part has always stuck out at me, and I don't know if this is a realistic or an appropriate level. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. A good question, and I think that you know, I don't know where the 10% in that second objective, the second dash point, came from. That was an MSAB meeting before I was here at IPHC, but that was on the table, and I place it here. However, what I'm more interested in is just the first point, is let's just calculate a statistic of interest related to discard mortality and see what that looks like. And that's what's been done in the MSE Explorer. If the MSAB wants to recommend further objectives, any further objectives related to this, I think they can do that. But the main key here is that discards are now modeled in the MSE framework. They're meaningful, whereas previously they weren't really meaningful. They're more of a random process. But now they really have meaning, and they might be useful in the evaluation of size limits in particular. But yeah, specific numbers, that would probably require a longer discussion. And I don't think at this MSAB meeting we should take time on that. That's just my personal opinion. But perhaps that could be done in the future. And I see Adam and Chris have their hands raised up, and Anne-Marie has her question in the chat window, but maybe we should continue this thread and then move back to Anne-Marie's. Is that okay? So with that, Adam, are you okay if Chris goes ahead?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, I was just seeking some clarity here. When we started this presentation, the understanding was we weren't looking at making any changes to the goals and objectives. And now it sounds like we're talking about adding in goals and objectives. And I see one of the recommendations is if we want to, when are we going to have this discussion? Because I'm uncomfortable of making any changes to the goals and objectives at this point, simply because we've discussed them. We've got direction from the commissioners as to what the goals and the objectives are. If we start adding goals in this particular point in time, my concern is this one relates directly to some of the management procedures. And so basically what we're doing is we're shooting the arrow and we've seen where it hit on the wall. We're going to draw the target around it and say we hit the bullseye. And that could be perceived as we're perverting the process. We've agreed to these things. I don't think we should be adding objectives in after the fact.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's a really good point. We don't want to be adding objectives to satisfy the management procedure that we chose ahead of time. We want to define the objectives and then evaluate the management procedures that meet those objectives. And I completely agree with that. What we may find in the evaluations tomorrow, and let's just keep this in mind, is that there are other performance metrics that can help us make a decision on an appropriate management procedure. And so we might meet all of the primary objectives and we have a hard time deciding, well, is a 0-inch size limit or a 26-inch size limit better? What else should we look at? And these are some of the things that we can look at in addition to that. We've done that in the past. People have brought in their own performance or identified performance metrics available in the MSC Explorer that were helpful in understanding the management procedures. And in this case, discard mortality might be another one that is useful. And the MSAB could make a recommendation to the commission to consider this as another objective in their evaluation, whether this is a useful objective or performance metric even in their evaluation of these specific management procedures, not to be taken as a primary objective or as a secondary objective, or they consider adding it as a primary objective as they see fit. And I think as we do more evaluation, you might start to see the usefulness of a performance metric like this, as well as other ones that you might identify during the evaluation process as well.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Just to clarify, I don't have a problem talking about sort of the results and the in the report or reporting on results in different metrics, but I have a concern about adding a goal and objective at this point in the process. I think at some point down the road, if we continue, we're probably going to have to revisit all the goals and objectives. But I just think at this point, it's not going to be. I don't think we should be doing it.
Okay. Great point. And you're right. We'll probably revisit them in the future. And the MSAB can certainly make a recommendation that to consider the current primary objectives as they are or have been defined. Adam's dropped off of the raised hand list, but Kurt's there. Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. As a new person here, and I'm curious about the modeling of the discards and when you started doing that, and as a real quick sketch, helping to explain what changed and what prompted that, and maybe we're getting ahead of it. Maybe you're going to talk about that, here.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. It was in the way we were modeling discard mortality in the commercial fishery it was basically it was modeled as a percentage of the total commercial mortality limit, a little bit of random error around that, but it was based off of what had been seen in recent years, and we just sort of maintained that percentage. So, and that was all based on a 32-inch size limit. When we moved into this new size limit analysis, we realized, well, we can't say that discard mortality is a certain percentage of the total commercial limit because discard mortality is going to change as the size limit changes. So we had to move to a whole new method of modeling the commercial fisheries, and we model them through what's called a retention curve, where they retain fish at different sizes with different proportions. And so as the size limit changes, that retention curve goes to like 100% retention, As size limit goes up to 32 inches, the retention is actually 0 for fish less than 32 inches, right? And so now that it's modeled more realistically with the retention curve, which took a considerable amount of work to work out, because we don't do that in the stock assessment. But now that we model it in that new way, we're actually getting out potential discard, actual discard values of the MSC process. And that's why it's much more meaningful now, rather than just a set percentage. Because if we were modeling discard mortality as 10% of the annual mortality limit, then that's what it is, and the objective is sort of moot. But now it actually has a meaning to it and responds to the different size limits.
Thanks. And when did that occur? When did that change?
With this new operating model, the commission directed us to look at size limits in the last program of work, which would have been 2 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, when that happened, we had to really start taking size and retention, all those other things into account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. I think, Adam, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we can put a pin in this point about where we go with the recommendation or not on additional objectives. Because I make sure we hear from others too on this. This is something that certainly was an interest of MSAB members years ago. And I want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to make sure that those interests are reflected in the process. That said, my immediate concern, rather bureaucratic, is I am not keen to be opening up discussion on brand new objectives, given we've already got a very full plate of NPs to evaluate, and it's gonna really slant all the evaluation, like have to redo a bunch of work if we're looking at new objectives. I think the way that you'd rephrased it a minute ago, though, is rather than define some new objectives around discord mortality, rather we could see if we could identify different performance metrics that would help act as a tiebreaker between MP performance. I think that latter approach is a little cleaner. Doesn't open up the discussion of objectives midway through the process. But what do folks think about that? Do folks feel that this is something that needs to be codified as an objective, or are they satisfied to look at performance statistics? I hope I'm using that term right. Statistics correctly in the interim. Or have folks lost the discussion? It is late in the first day, and it's a bit of a confusing topic. Are people following along? It's an awfully quiet crowd today.
I'm tracking.
I'll just, okay, we got Jim with the raised hand.
No, I was just saying, I'm following the discussion. I mean, I think they can make a good point about adding more stuff.
Yeah, thanks. That was Jim Johnson. Jim Lane?
Yeah, I think I agree with the sentiments that instead of adding more objectives, kind of maybe performance metrics, maybe we can think about this a little bit more. I just think it's okay. I guess one of the things that concerned me when you were talking about ways of showing but which ones perform better, but it had this kind of subjective to kind of what you think your performance metrics you're trying to achieve, right? Everyone will have different ones, so I just kind of worry about that kind of language as opposed to separating out things. You know, I get where you're going, but it's just like, oh, it kind of defaults back to, well, this one's better because it meets this performance metrics that is important to this group, but necessarily not important to another group. So I just think that's just not somewhere where we want to go right at this particular time.
Yeah, I agree with Adam. I really don't want to open the discussion of objectives, as many of you know, but I think it is useful to identify informative metrics, metrics that can help inform the decision-making process or the evaluation. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with not opening up the goals and objectives at this time, but I do want to kind of put a marker down that as our program of work tasks change, we may want to identify different objectives that help inform the new program of work tasks. I mean, I think we definitely had a really good suite of objectives for looking at coast-wide scale and distribution, and they'll probably serve us well as core objectives as we continue to look at the first blush of size limits and multi-year assessments. But if we really drill into a new program of work, then I don't want to preclude us actually having an opportunity to look at what the appropriate objectives will be to understand the new program of work. But that said, I'm happy to not have that discussion right now.
That's a good suggestion there, Dan, about maybe linking it a little more clearly to the program of work. Let's get through our first bundle of tasks. I also think if the commissioners develop a new agreement, that's also going to set before us a number of considerations that we need to, like a potential whole new management procedure to evaluate. And it would be at that time we also want to make sure the objectives align and there's no other new inferred objectives from what commissioners decide. So I guess the short answer is let's not open up objectives. We can be aware of some statistics of interest, but acknowledge that when we have a new program of work, at that time we would develop potentially new objectives, or at least reevaluate the current objectives.
Adam, along those lines, I'm looking at Anne Marie's chat, which I think is a really good suggestion, but would be a change to that objective. Is this something we should put in a parking lot, Anne Marie's suggestion, and open it at a later time? Or is this something the MSAB would like to maybe discuss a little bit more? And I apologize if you're not ready to backtrack to that target objective.
Sorry, I got to figure out this mic. So this is just my personal thoughts as an MSAB member, not as the chair. So I'll put those out there while I can think on my feet and then look to others. I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here, because I do think Anne-Marie's suggestion is one that's maybe worthy of additional discussion and may potentially be opening up the objectives. The reason I think it's worthy of additional discussion is this is a topic that seems to come up every single time we present the results to the commission. Like every annual meeting, every inter-meeting, we talk about how we've met this target reference point. There's a different interpretation. So I feel like there is some sort of communication issue, or at least we're not all on the same page about it. And so maybe it's worthy of not necessarily changing the objective or creating a new one, but defining it in a way that's a little more digestible. At least that's my initial thought, again, as an MSAB member, not as somebody responsible for moving this process forward. I'm going to mute myself, think a little more, and let others speak to that point.
I really appreciate Anne-Marie's suggestion, but I think it opens up the argument of exactly what those values are. And that discussion is probably going to take up today and half of tomorrow, which we don't have time for, unfortunately, at this time. I'm wondering instead if, as we interpret or as we evaluate the results, we could phrase reasons why we're not the management procedures that are evaluating well don't meet the target exactly, and reasons, the trade-offs between meeting that target and other objectives. And then maybe put this in as a note to identify this in alternative ways, or for the commission to consider what they meant when they directed the MSAB to consider a target objective, because I believe there was that language from the commission a few years ago, and is the reason this objective is here. I'm just would like to get more focused on the evaluation, but if this objective is going to hang up the evaluation, then I think we have to deal with it.
That is a good point about whether it's going to hold up the process. I agree. I don't think we should be, our task at hand is to evaluate the performance of those MPs. An alternative approach might be, rather than refining this objective, maybe it's more for my own education, actually. The first option is, okay, we could refine the objective as Anne-Marie has proposed in the chat. But I mean, my understanding is these objectives are prioritized. Don't we identify an MP that first meets the first conservation objective, then meets the second conservation objective, this biomass target, and then considers yield and variability? And I feel like by using maybe this is the point Chris was trying to get to, actually, by driving the MP, the SPR 43%, we're essentially prioritizing yield over the target reference point. So the question is, have we prioritized the objectives correctly? Are we actually trying to evaluate MPs against those objectives in that 1, 2, 3 priority?
No, Adam, that's not quite correct, because when we defined the prioritization, it was defined simply as we must meet the sustainability objectives, and then we evaluate the fishery objectives, and we put this target objective under fishery goals specifically for that reason, so that it was not prioritized. Because if those were the 2 priority objectives that you mentioned, that we don't go below 20%, and then we meet the 36% as a target, we don't need anything else. I'll show you the one that's right. And you're going to have a lot of variability in yield from year to year. And that was the decisions made by the MSAB, even before the last evaluation, was variability was as important as meeting the target. And we can look up the reports if we want to further identify that, but we've never prioritized target as above any of the other fishery yield or variability. That's my recall. I might be mistaken.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. That it was prioritization between objectives 1 and 2, not within 2.1, 2.2.
Yeah, exactly. It was the prioritization of the goals rather than the objectives.
Yeah, yes, that's a better way to put it, that the goals have been prioritized rather than the objectives. So, I mean, that said, the question still remains, should we be prioritizing based on objectives rather than just goals? That is an approach to address the point that Anne-Marie, or that's one approach. The other approach is Anne-Marie's proposed way of redefining it. And the third approach is we put a pin in this, trying really hard not to use tabled. We put a pin in this to just try to move forward with the evaluation.
Can we?
The third option is, can we do that? Can we come forward with meaningful evaluation given the potential confusion on this item?
In the interest of time today, Adam and Pete, may I suggest that 1, we do not consider adding an objective. 2, thus the screen that's up, we're not considering adding it, but we recognize there are different metrics and statistics associated with all sorts of different values and things that we can look at. 2, that we move on for now and then consider the target objective throughout the meeting and how that may be redefined and how the commission may want to consider redefining a target or a threshold, whatever it may be. And then put that pin in it until either tomorrow or Thursday morning, coming back to this target objective. And that way we can move on today, get through the Explorer, people can see these metrics, and then come ready tomorrow for evaluation and understanding how what the different metrics are. because I think as we do more evaluation, we may understand the importance of the various metrics and the importance of the objectives.
I would agree with that approach, Alan. I think Anne Marie's suggestion is really a really good one, but it may come into context better as we go through the results. So yeah, perhaps we can move on. I think you have the MSC Explorer tool to still show us, and
yeah.
So it may be where it's kind of a interpretation sort of question of the results, and that may become clear or may not as we go forward.
Yeah, I agree that we should prioritize going through the Explorer first. That's what folks need to do their homework tonight, and just acknowledge that we'll, through the process of evaluating over the next day and a bit, we may need to come back to this issue, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's a good suggestion, Alan. Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't want to lose this thread, and if somebody is able to copy what Anne Marie wrote down, or Anne Marie, you can help us remember that. I think we keep that in mind throughout this meeting, and make sure that we come back to this and at least make a recommendation on the commission to define or maybe consider what is meant by a target. But point taken on the discard objective. I agree. I don't want to open that up, but there are metrics that might be useful, and we'll see how that may come in as we evaluate results. Another proposal I have is to finish on this slide for today for this presentation, and maybe start on this presentation tomorrow morning, because the rest of this is really about evaluation and how we might evaluate the size limits and the multi-year management procedures. So I end on this as evaluation was part of the framework, and that was to develop methods and outputs that are useful for presenting the outcomes to stakeholders and commissioners. We're always looking for insight from the MSAB and the SRB and anybody actually on what we might do to improve this. And I appreciate Chris's comments earlier about graphs are really useful, more useful than tables. That's good to know. So if the chairs are okay, we'll end this presentation here. I'll pick it up tomorrow, talking more about how we see ways to evaluate these different management procedures as sort of an introduction into the evaluation process. And then if that's okay with the chairs, we'll go right to the MSC Explorer. Can I get confirmation from the chairs?
Yeah, go for it. You had 2 green thumbs ups from us.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing the thumbs. I guess I'm looking at a lot of things. Okay. Excellent. Good to know you're a gardener. So should I share my screen on the laptop, Ed, or should I walk through on there and share screen?
It's up to you. I can make you a presenter. So won't just do your laptop?
No, I prefer not, actually.
Okay. Sure.
Yes. Thanks. What we're going to do is share the screen. I'm going to bring up the MSC Explorer. And if you want to follow along on your computer, there's some links. On the next slide, actually, in this is a link to MSC Explorer. And you can watch Ed, how he gets there. So there's a number of ways. Oh, I don't know if you can watch him right now.
I'll share it.
That's okay. But you can always go to the management strategy evaluation page on the IPHC website, and it's linked at the bottom as well. Perfect. Thanks.
You also included a link in the email you sent us a few days ago.
Oh, that's true. Yes. Okay. Is it big enough on the screen, or let me make it a little bigger? Is that a little bit better?
They can also expand if they like.
Okay, so you can see up at the top the website for this, the website address, which has been in a number of different places. You can directly get the link to. Just want to orient you to the page. Up at the top is just the titles and stuff. And on a phone, this might look a little different. You might have to choose these little bars at the top to see certain things. Yeah, I think the bars will actually hide. Yeah, it hides that left column if you want to have a little more width to your screen. But on the left are where you will pick different options. And at the top here are different pages to view, starting with tables, plots, trade-offs, regulatory area trade-offs, management procedures, and help. So I'm just going to click on management procedures. And you see this describes the different management procedures being considered, as well as the distribution procedures. And something added just the other day are a couple of new scenarios. Dan was talking about this, what happens if we select smaller fish, for example. That's a scenario that we can look at now in the Explorer. So that's the MP's page if you want to learn what all these weird labeling systems I've come up with are. And I blame myself for those. In the help page is a little bit outdated, but it can help you with some of the terms perhaps, but that is something I could work on in the future. The description page is where you'll land, and it's not very informative right now except when changes have occurred. And note there was the change on the 17th of October where I added selectivity scenarios. And I'll show you how to get to those if you want to look at those. But the key pages here are table, plots, trade-offs, and regulatory area trade-offs. Before we get there, this is where you choose all your options and simply just clicking on the box. And so you see that these are the decision variability options. But I didn't know how to include these scenarios without messing up the whole scheme of things. So I included them just under here. So if you wanted to see the scenario of selecting smaller fish, you would select option 1, select small. And so that's the decision-making variability. Different estimation errors. There are no SS ones. I should probably remove that. And these are the different management procedures. So you can look at the MP's page to understand what these are. But basically, MPA means annual. And then the big B means biennial, and the big T means triennial. So that's the multi-year assessments. And then the little letter after B and T are the different options, which we'll explain tomorrow. And then there's 3 different size limits. And then there's 3 different SPRs, although the SPR is not available for all different combinations, but they should be available for the main ones that we'll be looking at. And so to select something, you just simply click on it, select it. To delete it, you can either just select in the box and backspace, or you can select right on the thing and delete or backspace will delete that option from your list. Going further down are the time periods. There's 3 different time periods you can look at: short term, medium term, and long term, with the number of years located there. And that's important because there are some objectives that are short term, some objectives that are long term. There are no objectives that are medium term, but they're included in there just for completeness, as the MSAB has suggested in the past. For some performance metrics or some statistics metrics, you can look at them by region, be in regions 2, 3, 4. 5 is actually 4B. It's just labeled as 5 here. But you can look at some of them. And so if you click on a region and it's not coming up in your table or your plots, it may be that it's not available for that performance metric. And the same thing with regulatory areas. There's all 8 regulatory areas, and only some metrics are summarized at the regulatory area level. Something new that we've changed since the last time you probably may have seen the MSE Explorer is the classification of these metrics. So we've defined the primary metrics up top here. And these are all the primary metrics associated with those primary objectives. They all come as a default, they're checked. and they'll show up in your tables and stuff without you doing anything. But these are now the additional metrics that you can look at. And if you select this box, it opens up a huge long list of all these different things. So if you want to look at the median number of mature females, you can do that. You can look at different probabilities of the relative spawning biomass being below some value. Notice here under fisheries sustainability, we have metrics associated with commercial landings. We have metrics associated with TCY. We have metrics associated with recreational fishery. And we also have metrics associated with directed fisheries, which is the total mortality without non-directed, the total mortality limit without non-directed mortality limits. So summarized over commercial recreational subsistence. And there's a whole bunch here. So if you have any questions on any of these metrics, look at that help page, or feel free to ask me or ask anybody else, all sorts of different things. And this is just, again, dialing in on some of those specifics. So if you want to look at specifically the commercial fisheries or the recreational fisheries, you can do that now and see how these management procedures are affected. And then you can summarize different quantiles of some of these metrics as well. Such as the TCY, commercial landings, and then even commercial split out now by U32 and O32, which will be useful in the evaluation of size limits. So lots of different metrics here, and I hope it doesn't get overwhelming. I have a few that I like and I like to look at, but basically the primary objectives are, if you just unselect that box, you will see the primary objectives, and those are the ones that we'll do the majority of evaluation on. Okay, so we have, when you first open the MSE Explorer, it comes up with a bunch of defaults, and these defaults are the primary objectives, a long-term time period, and also the option 1 for decision-making variability, simulated estimation error, these 3 management procedures, and then the size limit 0, 26, and 32. And an SPR of 43%, which is our current reference SPR. So let's see what this looks like. If we click on table, what that does is simply gives us a table with each column, those different management procedures. So here we have an annual with no size limit, an annual with a 26-inch size limit, and an annual with a 32-inch size limit. And they all have SPRs of 43%. And these are all option 1 and sim estimation error. So these are all the choices you've made over on the left. It shows you the number of simulations done. Should be 500 for all of them. If it's not, please let me know. I think there's one where it's 480. And then these are your metrics. These are your performance metrics. So the probability of going below 20% is actually 0 probability, 0 chance of that happening for all these management procedures. And then these are the different associated with the 36% objective. You see it's all below that 50%. Here's your median average TCY in the long term. The probability any 3 change in the TCY is greater than 15%. And then your median AAV, showing that the average annual variability up above 15% for most of them, except for the triennial, the assessment occurring every 3rd year. So this is the way you interpret the table. As you add more options of performance metrics, for example, let's add in, just say the median average relative spawning biomass. When you click on that performance metric, it'll just magically appear. So now it's up there and you can see what actually the relative spawning biomass is. So even though we have a probability, a small probability of going below 36%, we're actually not too far off of 36% at 38.9 on average. And so if you want to get rid of one of these rows, you simply unclick the performance metric. So that's the table, and really pay attention to whether you're looking at long-term, medium-term, or short-term, because some of these objectives are associated with short-term and some are long-term. It's just really difficult to get them to come up as different things in one table. They didn't want to make it even more confusing. So you can select, let's take a look at short term. Now you see these numbers changed, so the TCY is different, and you can evaluate it differently there according to the objectives, or according to if you're interested in a different metric. Any questions thus far, just feel free. I think, Ed, are you monitoring hands? And just in case, if I can't see them here. Yes. Thanks, Ed. So I'll move on to the plots tab, and feel free to stop me if you have any questions. We've got 15 more minutes. I'm going to back this out just a little bit. That's a bit ugly on the top now. It should look better on your screen when you look at this on your personal computer, I hope. But when you look at plots, basically the plots are going to graph out the table and show you these different things in the table. But it can do it by associating different x-axes, the horizontal axis, making that different values. And then it plots each performance metric as its own plot. So it has the legend, and what it's doing right now, it's combining decision variability, estimation error, the MP and the SPR as a color. And so if there's something different, it colors as a different color. But let's say I just want to look at all of the MPs across there. I can just click the MP. And now you see it separated out, and it reduced that so that there's actually no differences now between all of those. So basically these check boxes up there define how you plot the horizontal axis. I'll let you play with that to understand it more. It's a little bit, takes a little bit of a learning curve to get it. But if you wanted to look at only the SPR, you could only check that one. And so now you see it shows it in different colors. And let's look at like the TCY is different across the different colors. And then you would look up at the legend to see what those colors mean. So they're just basically the different management procedures. You have some other options in making those different, but another useful one is to plot the quantiles. And that is, it shows you the range on here. So for example, now we show, I'm going to make this a little better. This is pretty ugly. Sorry about that. I'm just going to do it by management procedure. Get rid of that. So now, what we're looking at, let's look at the TCY. That's always a good one to look at. So this is the median average coast-wide TCY across all these 5 different management procedures. And now it's plotting the quantiles with the 25th to 75th in dark, and then the 5th and 95th in light. So it's just showing you the dark is the 50% centroid, basically, and then the light is the 90th, the 90th percent. Think of it, as just the 90th centroid, or what's occurring 90% of the time is in that range. And so now you can see how the variability is being affected. So with this one, you don't get as high of a TCY as with these other management procedures, for example. And you can see how low that performance metric may go as well. So it helps characterize the uncertainty that's coming out of these simulations as well. Okay, so that's the plots page. Now let's look at the trade-offs. And the trade-offs is actually a fun one to look at. It can be a little bit, it sucks me in for a while. And all that this is doing is it's plotting 2 performance metrics. Just a bit for you. It plots 2 performance metrics at the same time, one on the vertical y-axis and the other on the horizontal x-axis. And you choose those performance metrics up here, and they're based on what is chosen in your list on the left. So if you're seeing something, I wanted to plot this, make sure it's checked on the list of metrics. And so what we have plotted here is the median average TCY versus the median AAV. So it's basically plotting AAV on the vertical, or variability on the vertical, and the actual value of TCY on here. And so you can see the management procedures, or the size limit management procedure annual ones are colored in blue, and you can get a feel for the relationship between these 2 performance metrics. So that's helpful for some. And we can even, I was just thinking as we're having the objectives discussion, we can plot, for example, the 36% on the x-axis, and now the variability is on the y-axis. Let me get rid of this one here. I'm going to change it up a little. Wow. So there's a word of caution, something to note. When you erase everything, it just sort of resets itself. So I'm just choosing the axes again. There it plots it. So now I'm plotting the probability or below 36% and the variability. And you can see that as you get closer to your target, which isn't a whole lot of difference here, but as you get closer to that 50%, your variability tends to go up across these. And there's different ways to plot this. I'm just showing you an example. It's probably better with SPR management procedures. But that's the trade-offs. It's basically plotting one against the other, and you can get an idea how these performance metrics trade off with each other. The different factors are how they're colored over here and what the shapes are, so you can choose different things to show those over here. So a lot of times it's playing with these different combinations, and a plot all of a sudden pops out and says, that's what I've been looking for. That's exactly it. The regulatory area trade-offs page is where you can look at specific regulatory areas and those metrics. And so you have to actually have some regulatory areas selected. So let's just select 2A, 2B, and 2C out of convenience because that's the top two there. Give it a little bit of time. There we go. I imagine some other people are using this right now, which is why it's acting a little bit slower than I'm used to. But it's still working, so that's good. And what this shows you is metrics for each of the regulatory areas in the different colors across the different management procedures on the x-axis. So you can see how, with now a size limit, how the TCUI, right here, changes for each of those individual regulatory areas. Just when you're looking at this, be cognizant of the scale. So for example, it's hard to see changes in the blue line due to the green line having such a high value. So you might want to look at, just be cognizant of that. It's sometimes hard to see differences when you have a wide range on the axis. Now you can also choose up here to plot along the x-axis the regulatory areas. And so now you see plotted are 2A, 2B, and 2C. And the different colors are actually the different size limit management procedures as I have it set up here. So you can just get a feel for it. Whatever you sort of want to look at, you can look at it using different options here. I tend to do this one. And then I note each of the panels is a different metric. And note that some metrics aren't reported by regulatory area, so that all your checked ones may not show up in this page. Okay, so that's a really quick walkthrough. You have all sorts of options here. I note, so for example, when you had MPB, let's go back to the table. You note that MP was called BB, and I'll explain that tomorrow, or you can look on the MP page. It only has a size limit of 32, so we did not do simulations of MPBB at a size limit of 0. So not all combinations of size limits and MPs are available, and input SPR as well. But I think we've defined the core set for evaluation as the commission has requested, and those are all. So any questions on that? I'll actually just stop sharing, or stop sharing for now so I can see the screen. So the plan tomorrow is to walk through the presentations that we've sort of created, looking at the results with various tables and insights that we have made. And then as we discover questions and further insights, we can always switch over to the MSC Explorer and look at those specifically if the MSAB desires to do that. with that, I think chairs, if you want to close out and we can start the first, or if there's any other unfinished business for the day, I'm happy to address any questions or anything else, or suggestions even for the rest of the meeting.
I don't see any hands for folks, so maybe a couple of very high-level summary points from this afternoon session. See if that, I'll go through those and see if that triggers anybody else. After we went through the rules of procedure discussion and membership, which folks remember, some homework for you is to review that document a little more thoroughly and be prepared to speak to it for not more than 30 minutes on Thursday. After we had that discussion, we went into agenda items 3.3 and 3.4, which is a review of actions arising from previous subsidiary meetings and the annual meeting. There was a few points that were raised during those discussions. Nothing that was really earth-shattering. I think the biggest takeaway for me was we have some pending work about what does it mean to report the results out more clearly. That was one of the recommendations that we still needed to consider, and I think we'll have some lessons learned from our work tonight with the Explorer and tomorrow through the presentation of results. We also had a bit of discussion around the economic analysis piece from the size limits for changing size limits that the SRB raised. Going into agenda items 4.1 and 4.2, we reviewed the MSE framework and objectives respectively. I feel like most of our conversation was focused on a discussion of implementation variability and how it's quantified. At the end of the day, we said, we appreciate how complex quantifying implementation variability is, and we appreciate some of the reviews that SRB provided. Our proposed approach over the next day and a bit is to first see if implementation variability, as it's been quantified, actually is meaningful in terms of changing the rank performance of or relative performance of MPs. And if it is something that's of consequence, then we could maybe circle back to tweak how implementation variability is quantified, but we don't have any magic answers right now. Talking about agenda item 4.2 and objective setting, Alan shared some proposed terminology on how we define statistics of interest, metrics, objectives, and different components of them. And then there was a discussion on goal 2.1, objective 2.1, around the target reference point. And Marie in particular proposed some other language, but we agreed, although it was relatively quiet for folks around the room, we agreed that we'd put a pin in that discussion for the time being. Again, let's look at some of the evaluation results first before we decide to either refine that objective, redefine that objective, consider some other prioritization approach, seek direction from the commission. So all of that is for a future conversation. Our intention over the next day really is to start to get through the results and see what we've learned with respect to size limit MPs and multi-year assessment management procedures. So that is a very quick summary of what we've done for the past couple of hours. Anything really significant folks feel I had missed?
Before people can get to their hand raises, I just want to note I was asked to just have a look how movement differed from the previous OM and this OM.
Oh, right. Great. How did movement change from the previous OM?
So I'll just find a slide to summarize that.
Okay, not seeing many other hands. I think that means folks are either ready for dinner or keen to get into the report writing. So maybe, Pete, I'll look to you to see if there's anything else you'd like to note in terms of summary or next steps. And then from there, we can I guess, excuse the folks that need to run, and anyone who's willing and able to stick around for report writing, they can, I think we can just stick on this line. Is that right, Alan?
Is that right, Ed?
Okay. Yes.
Ed, if you have to leave, I can always shut it.
Yeah, Adam, I don't have anything to add. I think you summarized it nicely, and I'll stand by for report writing here in just a second.
Yeah, Adam, do you mind if we take just a 5-minute break? And I'll get the report set up to share, and we can write directly into it.
That sounds like a good idea. So maybe with that, we can excuse the folks that are here. I'll end with saying it's nice to see folks virtually, at least after quite a bit of a hiatus. I really do hope that we get to see each other in person at the annual meeting or the subsequent MSAB meeting, and look forward to working with you guys over the next couple of days. And Alan will talk in 5 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow. Those that aren't sticking around for a little bit. This should be brief.
Tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. Seattle time.
Yes, that's correct.